All right, we'll go in about a minute here. Like you're doing, grabbing coffee or Danish or donuts back there, or what not, bagels, I guess. If you didn't get a chance to make it to the restaurant. Good morning, Ralph.
How you doing?
Where's the rest of you? So you did see them. They were up, ready to go. I forgot mine. Mine's back up in my room, actually. All right, here comes the crew. All right, we'll go in one more minute. Everyone, buenos dias, bonjour for our international crowd here. Everybody enjoy their evening in Lexington, didn't get too wet. So the rain's supposed to stop around noon. 30% chance back at distillery time, so we'll hope that doesn't happen. The odds are in our favor right now, but that's also taking into account weatherman accuracy.
Best job in the world. Yeah. On half the time.
No doubt, no doubt. All right, so the agenda for today, again, this is our long day. So we're in the classroom, so to speak, this morning. Now we'll have an exercise. Again, we always want to try to balance exercise to keep you engaged. We also want to get the content out to you. So the exercise this morning will be the problem-solving case study. So again, you will do the 8-step problem-solving case study, the same that we use to train folks at Toyota, at least some years ago. And then we'll also hit, we're going to wrap up the process discussion. And again, we had that deep yesterday with TSSC, but just we're going to hit a couple key points on that. Then we'll have our people triangle, and we'll talk about recruiting, onboard, I should say selection, then attracting, selecting, onboarding, and then engaging. So we'll hit that this morning as well. Then we'll roll into problem solving and talk about it, and then you'll do your case study. And that'll be a full 4 hours. We'll take 2 breaks, one every hour and 15 or 20 minutes or so, 2 10-minute breaks. Lunch at noon. Now I may ask for a little, we got some buffer time because IG4 is close. Sometimes we have a longer drive, so we don't need to leave before 1. 45 minutes we'll do for lunch today, so may go a little afternoon with the, but before 12:15 we'll get you to lunch. Then we'll have IG Forge tour. We'll talk about that more. It's not an industrial, what do we call it? Industrial tourism like you had yesterday on the trolley. Today we're doing more of a Gemba style walk, and you'll be doing more observing and identifying pluses and deltas. So we'll talk about that more on the bus, but obviously what's the pluses, what do you see that's going well that you might want to take back home? What kind of practices or things? And then the other thing, what are some gaps or opportunities for IT Forge? And that's part of the benefit to them of us coming through, right? It's nice to hear what we're doing well. The lean leaders want to hear the gaps and what they can do to improve. So we'll talk more about that. But you'll be more active on that one this afternoon and tomorrow at Hitachi. So we'll get out of there 4:15 or something, and we'll head to the distillery. So again, for a free, fun evening, hopefully rain-free as well. And we'll have a distillery tour and a bourbon tasting, and then dinner. And we'll talk more about that on the bus as well. So any questions on the agenda? That makes sense for today. Again, we'll get back here usually between 8:30 and 9 o'clock for your planning purposes. And tomorrow will be the quick day. All right, so the first thing I always do on day 2 is do a reflection of day 1. So at your tables, you can discuss about what were your key learnings or your key takeaways, also known as aha moments or epiphanies or revelations from yesterday. So I'd like to get the top 3 from each table. So you can take 5 minutes here at your tables and get your three biggest takeaways from yesterday. So again, we had the XY in the morning. We had our True North purpose discussion, Shingo model yesterday morning. Then of course your Toyota tour and the TSSC discussion. All right. So take 5 and get 3 for us. And then we'll share out obviously to everyone.
For me, the voice to ratio for my first life interesting. I will say it's not for everybody. I was specifically with the players. Our voice ratio is versus but of course it's when you have a
I mean, you don't see that work, but at the Toyota facility, for me, it was definitely the whole point.
We went to dinner last night. We went to dinner last night. We had
the communication,
had this exact conversation.
Oh, did you?
And that all started
And drank some bourbon.
my
There you
perspective is far. About how so because we are let's say focus on the key and on the KPI anymore. 10, 20, whatever would be the number. It's not a matter of it's a matter of our culture.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a great big change either. I don't.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
one little small thing.
That's what's cool about our organization is it's not just we don't really have a line. It's more like bay. So something goes in a bay and it works on that bay. So not necessarily gonna if it goes on the bay and not the rest of it.
even older. Where
Yeah, I forgot.
For me, it's a
here, a few minutes later, you see over here, it's also too.
And they work for their team. Yeah.
All right, a few more minutes.
Figure it out. You're gonna fix it quick. Kind of a stressful situation as a team manager, right?
Two more minutes and we'll pull together. All right, let's pull it together. So again, we've got a virtual audience. It was not interrupted yesterday, was it? I think we did all right. I did mess up a couple of times that I didn't repeat what you had questioned or your comment, or we had a microphone with you. So we're going to try to do better this morning. And this is a good start, because as you're giving your item, I'll give you a microphone. And if I don't run those around, or I'll repeat what you said. All right. So again, we're going to shoot for 10 here, just for content purposes. Each of you have 3. We got 5 tables, so we got 15, but no repeats are allowed. So you'll give us one at a time. There you go. Levi's on track here. So who would like to start Lynn or Levi?
I'll start with.
All right, just one at a time, and then we'll rotate around.
So I didn't really know how to write it, but the one thing that really kind of resonated with me was the overtime situation, because my work also has just constant overtime, similar like what you are talking about, and understanding what you're capable of. If you can do what you're supposed to do in the amount of time you're supposed to do it, you shouldn't be doing the overtime. So going back and reassessing what's causing that, figuring out why you're stuck with the overtime when you shouldn't have to be, and then changing processes, maybe it's excessive defects, maybe it's, it could be a number of things, but going in and, doing Gemba, go and see what the problem is.
Yeah, that's good. Again, I wanted to clarify that. I think we said on the bus, good overtime and bad overtime is how we call it, because we did have good overtime. So in other words, if we're supposed to be running 97, we're running 97 uptime, and we're running 97 uptime, but TMS wants more cars next month. We say, okay, we'll add 0.6, we'll add an hour to get those additional units.
Obviously a known situation, like, this is
planned. Yeah, planned, unplanned is another way to put it. Yep. That's good. And like you're saying, go after that unplanned. And I had another thought that just came to mind. I'll talk about quality circles either this morning or on the bus. With you saw them yesterday. The team members doing the problem solving, and that's on overtime, and it's voluntary, paid, and we wanted 50% of our people doing it. So I had 500 at any one time doing quality circles in assembly. So teams of 5, 100 teams, 1 hour a week. So anyway, that was the goal, right? So we did PDCA. So if I'm dropping below 50%, then I'm going out and talking to people, finding out what's going on. So one time we were dropping down below 50%, and I go out and like, Levi, what happened to your quality circle? You've always were doing it. My group leader told me I'm not allowed to do it anymore. I'm like, what? So go to the group leader. What's going on with quality circles? He says, you told us to cut overtime. No good. Not that overtime. And actually, I had to work with accounting and finance because overtime was all put into one bucket. And so we changed it with HR and the IT or whatever that said good. I forget, we didn't call it good and no good, but basically that. So when we were supposed to do production overtime of 0.5, and we want our hour a week over, quality circle or problem solving overtime, that was in the one column, and then the no good, like you're saying, when we're not hitting our run ratio, we're having scrap, whatever, that's in that column, so that we can then attack that column. So great point. All right, other table.
Good morning, guys. So we kind of we had an exciting day yesterday. For me, the big thing was how every process had a standard. No matter from the time we got there to the time we left, that there was emphasis on the amount of time it was going to take. The communication overall with the entire plant, from HR communicating in the morning to the responsibilities of the shift leads and their responsibility, was a big thing that we took away.
All right, well, that's 2 already. I'm going to give you credit for 2 already.
and having
So I might have to slow you down.
and an entire team of problem solvers.
So now you got all three.
Oh well, we lost yesterday, so then we should be ahead today.
Yeah. If the student hasn't learned, the teacher hasn't taught. All right, very good. So again, you had three there. And we'll talk about standardized work more today. And then again, standardization is the larger concept. Standardized work being part of it. 5S is standardization, et cetera. So that's good. I like the point on the HR. And again, Scott gave good examples there. So if it's affecting the whole 8,000, then that's part of the HR communication. If it's affecting just that team group, then that's obviously the group leader heading that communication, and it's both, right, every day. So good example, and we'll talk a whole lot more about problem solving. So like that. All right.
I thought it was pretty amazing to see the benefit of just in time. It'd be hard to replicate to that extent where we're at, but it was really neat to see it in that scale.
Yeah, it's really an orchestra, isn't it? And then all the and so those things are new. You know, the robots and things. I haven't been in the plant for probably 6 months, and totally different. Because last time there was a big curtain down the main aisle on the left, so finally saw the cars going sideways, and I'd heard about it. It's the first time I saw that, and he explained, our guy explained the benefit of that, right? That you can have 2, 3 people working on the same car, where we can only have the most 2 on both sides. He said you could get 4 even on some of those processes, which shortens the lead time, right? And shortens the footprint, or small, whatever, the footprint of the plant. So great stuff. And then all the material flow, the AGVs had always been there, but we never moved a car on an AGV. So they had the whole car on an AGV. And then I saw one, did you see the real little?
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
Those are pretty cool.
So he explained to us that some of the older ones, they'll like make points to points, but they have to kind of follow a line. Some of the older ones have the magnet.
Right.
But he said those.
Now it's
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Down the aisle, and they said, okay, that's a hard stop, and that's a hard stop, and if there's something in front of you, it can go
The sensor, yeah.
around you.
Yeah.
The other ones will just wait for you.
Yeah.
So this one's like, all right, you're there. I can go as long as I'm within my 2 hard stops.
Yeah, it's cool.
I can buzz around you.
And those are Wi-Fi, I'm assuming.
Probably,
Yeah, the other
GPS. They had
GPS, right. Yeah. So those are awesome. So we, one of our plants that we visited with a different group last fall was Dorman Products, and it's all warehouse distribution. And you know, we had been there before, and they had the large AGVs with pallets, but they put in those little GoBots or whatever you want to call them, and they probably had 50, 60 of these things running around this warehouse. And what they liked it about what you just said, that they didn't always stop, they could go around. The other thing they liked about them is that they could program them. The CI team, and it didn't need an engineer, didn't need the vendor. And then they proceeded to show us all the cost savings and, you know, reduction of processes by using these things and the amount of money that they save. Also with our labor shortages, right? So those things, so the automation is a big countermeasure on labor shortage, right? So you want to look at that. So I'm glad we saw that one, because that's the first time I'd seen that little one at Toyota. So again, that's part of the material handling. So I talked to somebody, I forget, before we started. So we got the internal material handling. Is very organized. We do and did have part shortages, right, from the supplier, the supply chain. But it was very rare that if the part was on the grounds, it wasn't at the line when it was supposed to be. So we very rarely had an internal part shortage. But the external ones did happen.
Can I check? Did I pick up wrongly that the philosophy is in Toyota, use automation when it helps our team members to do their job, but don't use automation for the sake of just purely taking away a team member's role? What, there was something?
So that you're right. So thank you for pulling the answer. So that the philosophy is just like the judoka and the loom, that the automation should help the member, right? At the same time, though, and I have companies doing this right now, that if there's disrespectful jobs, hard jobs, difficult jobs, they said the one where, like, the one that I was on, chassis, we used to have those big guns that would shoot those suspension bolts. Now they have the robot arm that does it. So that replaced a team member, but again, it was out of respect to help for the heavy burden job. You know, I was in Mexico, and there was one where the team member was like having to wear this big paint suit and get underneath and be inside this thing spraying. So that was one where they did the first little robot arm to spray.
And they're not laying off the people.
Right, there you go. They're not laying off the people. So you're getting rid of those disrespectful, difficult jobs and not laying anybody off. But your need for headcount may be going down. So we'll talk about that. So that we always talked about process reduction, not people reduction, right? Even though it resulted in less headcount, the language you use is important, right? I went to one plant one time and did a gimbal walk-in, and we're going into the cafeteria, the admin, and there was a banner on the wall up above the doors that said, "We have eliminated X number of people so far this year."
Oh my gosh.
I said, "Oh my gosh." I stopped. I said, "What is that?" And he said, "That's our Kaizen." I'm like, I said, "What are you doing with the people?" He said, "Oh no, we're not laying them off. We're not laying them off. We're doing, you know, deployment or whatever, redeployment." I'm like, "Well, I'm glad to hear that, but that is not what that's saying." So your new people coming in, or your customers or some vendors or whatever, that's not what they're reading. So they did change that banner, I was happy to say. But again, your language is important. And again, you heard it several times yesterday that, you know, no layoffs, and that from those other videos and things, that nobody's going to lose their job. You got to make that explicit. And even if you make it explicit, they'll still think it, and you got to say it again. All right, where are we at? Did you guys go? You went.
All right, so the one actually that I really liked was the one that's on the board here now, is the idea of the inverted triangle, and that, you know, my guys don't report, you know, they don't work for me, I work for them, right? So
Nice.
I always kind of, you know, I knew that my job, I was there to support them, but, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, you know, there could be more things that I could do, just aside from supporting their daily activities. There's other things I could do.
Awesome.
And then the other one was the downtime. I thought, so Colby had mentioned that, how downtime was disrespectful. And we kind of thought that, hey, you might not mind having 10, 15 minutes to just kind of, you know, catch your breath, stretch, maybe go outside and have a cigarette or something, you know. But, you know, we all know that if you have a busy day, it's a quick day. So I could, now that, you know, you think of it like that, it is better, right? If you're busy, you know, it's lunchtime and then it's time to go home.
Yeah, that's good. So the idea was like non-value added is disrespectful, right? So whether that's downtime or whether that's that 9 seconds in that person's job, it's disrespectful. So that's a great point. I like the servant leadership point as well, even though I just noticed we spelled servant incorrectly up there. But so the servant leadership is important, because we talked about that and-on poll. You know, you saw it yesterday, and we saw the and-on polls. There wasn't as many as when I was a manager. I had a lot more problems. I always ask the new hires, how many times a day you think the and-on is pulled? Because I didn't want them to be scared like I was. So I always had discussion on and-on. So my question would be, you know, we're assembly plant out there. We've got 500 people day shift, 500 people night shift. How many times a day is it pulled? And we did track it. It wasn't a KPI, but it was a number we knew. So take a guess for the assembly plant 30 whatever years ago. 500 times 2, 1,000 people.
So 1,000 people in an 8-hour shift.
Yep.
I would say probably 150 times 200.
150 times 200. That's a great guess, but way too low. Hopefully not one for everybody. Well, that would be 1,000. That's way too low.
Too low?
Too low. That's why I'm doing this.
I'm gonna go, what, 4,000 then?
Oh, you're in the ballpark now. You're in the ballpark for now. It was 12,000 a day when I was Man. We had new models, right? New supplier, U.S. suppliers brought on board 12,000. Is that good or no good? That's good. Thank you. Why is that good? Problem identification. Perfect. When I called back for the book, which was 17 years ago or something, assembly manager I talked to said it was about half of that, or about 6,000, 5,000 or 6,000, and I estimate now probably about 3,000 or something. But from what I saw yesterday, and again, new model comes up, or that the new like they had the parts on the line, then it'll spike up again. Again, we hope, because then problems are being identified. The problem is when we're not getting andons and we're getting defects at the end of the line, and then that's no good, right? All right, so my point there is every one of those andon pulls is an opportunity for servant leadership. So Josie pulls the andon, and I come up and go, I don't even have to say anything, but I can say, now what? Now what do you got? Am I encouraging an andon pull? No. If she pulls the andon, I say, thanks, Josie. How can I help? Is that encouraging an andon pull? Yep. And again, it's servant leadership question. At breakfast, where's the Canadian? We talked about standardized work audits and how dangerous a word that is, because we don't want to be standardized work police. We want to be a standardized work coach or servant leader. So when we do a standardized work check, it shouldn't be to catch him doing something wrong. It should be to find out, how can I help you? Because if they're not following standard work, it's probably because there's something happening that's in their way, right? So it's a whole different perspective. Are you a servant leader when you go to do the Gemba walk, or are you a police officer? Make sense? So you can practice it like 12,000 times a day if you want.
And like as a first question, the team leader and the team member typically get to is, so what's the standard? And are we not? Like you were telling us that yesterday. Is that typically where you're getting to?
Yes.
When you get back to the
Yes.
standard,
Like
what's the
every
standard?
defect, right? We were taught, if we have a defect and we go then down to Abe, first thing we're checking is what? Is there a standard? And of course there will be. In some form or fashion. So we then check the standard. Is Abe following standard? Yes or no? That's the first question, right? If he's not following it, that's not a root cause. We tried to get away with that, but the Japanese wouldn't let us. So, we put on our defect chart, team member not following standard work. Like, that's not a root cause. We tried, believe me, I tried many times. Root cause, team member not following standards work, countermeasure, retrain the operator. No good. Why is the team member not following standard work? So we gotta solve that problem. If the team member is following standard work, and we had the defect, now what the Japanese would call it inadequate standards. So why did he follow standards work and we still had a defect? So we have to have that learning, that root cause and learning. Then we have to take that learning and do what? Once we get to the root cause and we countermeasure that, then we have to do what? Make a new standard work, right? Update the standard work to include the learning that we just had. Because if we had an inadequate standard work, then we need to make it. We just had a learning. Does that make sense? So that very simply is the problem solving for our daily problem solving we'll talk about later this morning. I don't need an A3 for that, do I? No.
But updating that standard work and then making sure every person who does that job, that's what the team leaders then do.
There you go. Did you just hear? So updating that standard work and then getting the rest of the team members to do that is what the team leader does, right? Yes.
So that's what we were talking about, the job description of the team
Yeah.
leader.
And so we're jumping ahead because we're going to do that later this morning. But, the Japanese would say 80% of your issues are in that cycle right there, either with your standard work or with the training of it, or when you update it, getting the other people caught up. So it's in that cycle, 80% of your issues reside.
Yeah, for us it's difficult because dealing with a highly regulated industry.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to test it out.
That's good. Very good. All right. Good discussion. We'll do a couple more. Have we missed anybody? Like some have done all three at once, so we're good here. Are we getting any from you guys? Have you went? You went. Right? Did you guys go?
No, not yet.
Well, we want to include you.
My biggest takeaway from yesterday was the ergonomics of every single job on the factory floor. There wasn't any bending, pulling, reaching, grabbing. Everything was right there for the operator to do it safely and cleanly.
Usually when I do my coaching thing tomorrow, I'll talk about my safety, my learning there. So we had not good safety when we started. We were all set. The process from Japan, but it was all Japan had all same size operators, weight, height, everything, and all males, 18 to 25 or something. And so we had a lot of ergonomic cumulative trauma injuries, and were doing a lot of no good reaching. We tried rotation, but then we were rotating from one bad ergonomic to another bad ergonomic. Then we tried red, green, yellow jobs, and no more than 2 red jobs a day, no back-to-back red jobs. And I finally had a coordinator say, "Mike, son, why do you have red jobs?" My injury rate was 29 point something. The standard, well, the auto, that was half the auto. The team member, the trainer said no good, and I said, well, the auto industry average is about 20, in the high 20s. He said we need to be best in the auto industry. It took 5 years to get rid of all the red jobs, and so I always feel good about it when I went through yesterday, because a lot of those things for when we went through that 5 years, and to get everybody you saw into the neutral position, standing up between shoulders and waist, working. And all the up and assists and those robot arm, all that is awesome. So we went from actually that 5-year cycle, we went from 29 to 9, best in the auto industry. And when I checked back with the book, they were at 7 something. I'm not sure where they are right now. We're very, very proud of the safety there. Because, when you start a lean transformation or thing, what better message to send to your people, right? That we respect you, we care about you. You'll see some of that tomorrow at Hitachi with 5S, lights, guardrails, and handling the safety issues. And that's a win-win, right? Because we were spending millions of dollars with injuries and workers' comp and surgeries and all kinds of stuff as well. So my point is that didn't just happen. That was a lot of problem solving, and that was a Hoshin for 5 years. And the Hoshin means it's everybody's working on it. So engineering, new product development, Japan, Detroit designers, and then process engineering, group leaders, team leaders. That was like everybody. A lot of work, a lot of satisfaction and results. I'm glad you recognized it. We good? Anything else? Anybody burning that you talked about that would help us? Cost reduction? We'll say more. What are you thinking?
I started thinking about what you were talking about, the GPS system. And I noticed that they had a spot available for someone to sit there. So, quoting Taichi Ono's Workplace Management, they mentioned in that book that if you are in tough times, sometimes it's better to put the machine aside and allow humans to take over because it's cheaper. You don't have maintenance costs. So it can allow for cost reduction as well. So I found it very cool that they actually had a spot there for someone to sit just in case.
That's interesting. That challenges me a little bit because the philosophy I certainly agree with. I don't know of any time where we actually would put somebody back there because we wouldn't lay them off, but I would find something else for them to do. That would, if the trucker didn't do it, I would have them doing something else. But the philosophy is we're on the same page. So application, very good. All right, so good first day. It sounds like we want an even better second day. So let's proceed. All right, we did put at your table here what we call a high-level lean assessment, and then this A3 here. So let's look at the A3 for a second. Everybody knows what an A3 is? It's a big piece of paper, okay? It took us a couple years to break that code up in Georgetown, but somebody finally, Japanese were talking about an A3 for this. This is an A3. Somebody came back from the copy machine and said it's a paper size. The tray says A3 right on. But if you Google A3, you get A3 thinking, A3 problem solving. So at Toyota, it was a summary. Sometimes people say an executive summary, like, no, we all summarized on one piece of paper. So I guess I said, if we only get one piece of paper, let's make it big piece of paper and write small. So this is a A3 that I came across that some Japanese did, and I don't even know who, to be honest with you, but HR pulled it out and showed it to me. So I borrowed it and modified it and share it with you. So this is one of the Japanese take on putting the Toyota production system or the Toyota way on one piece of paper. I thought it was pretty good job. You know, if I check it to our 4 Ps, if I check it to the triangle yesterday, you know, we'll do that right now. It checks out. So up above, we've got vision, mission, principles, philosophy, planning. So which P does that go with? If I go to our 4 Ps, purpose, process, people, or problem solving, where would that be, do you think? Or if you go to the triangle yesterday, the philosophy, the technical, the manager, the people. This is philosophy, right? This is true north. Toyota also called this the lean leadership system. Remember we said the true north, the executives are working in that. So that's got that covered, right? On the right-hand side, that's what you saw yesterday, right? That's the Judoka and the just-in-time. We'll see this. I got a slide there in the middle I'll show you today. But again, that's the technical or the process. Now, my pet peeve is when your lean or your CI or your thing is only that red circle. And again, for you guys who yesterday said, you know, we have started and stopped, we couldn't sustain, it's because my hypothesis would be, or my experience would be, it's because that was what you were doing there. You were doing the tools or just the technical side of that triangle. You weren't marrying it to the purpose and the true north or to your people systems, right? So to get a sustaining system, we have to have the whole page or the whole triangle or all 4 Ps, whatever you want to say. So again, we'll go over this a little bit more this morning, but not much. Then we'll hit our people PDCA. So again, we have a PDCA in the process, just like we talked about, just like we were talking about here with the standard work and is he doing it, yes or no, that's problem solving, right? So the same thing with our people. And like we talked about yesterday, what's the role of the team leader? And you were talking about that, Paulina. So if we have a clear role of the team leader, then we can do our PDCA. We can say, okay, is that Paulina as a team leader, is she doing the role? Yes or no? And what do you think the answer will be? Say no, say it quickly and say it loudly. No, at Toyota, we did the same thing when we had new team leader training and our nonprofit did it. The first day was, what's the role of the team leader? And then we'd send them out to the floor for an hour or two to observe a team leader and to mark down all the gaps. So that's the PDCA of the people. Again, that could be a system problem we got team leaders that are doing stuff we don't want them doing, or group leaders putting in time, like we were talking this morning at the breakfast table. Or it's an individual coaching thing. Paulina is just not, she's got the time, she's just not utilizing it correctly. So that's the PDCA of the people, which we'll talk about this morning. And then the problem solving is all throughout it, right? So that's the, again, the people, the leadership here. So we'll go over that. This micromanaging, super delegating. I had somebody one time say, why you want them to do that? I'm like, no, remember, that's the no good. Toyota likes no good. So we don't want to super delegate or micromanage. We want to facilitate, teach, and coach, right? As a leader, that's the role of the leader. So actually that role on that sheet's a pretty good little summary as well for you. So then this is what I shared initially, and I used to share day one and people said it's too much, too quick. Then I shared day 3 and they said, why did you wait? So now I shared day 2. So you can tell me if it's still too much, too complex, I don't know. And then somebody asked you, why don't you make a little assessment out of it so that we can see how we're doing on it? So I put it according to our 4 Ps, the purpose, process, problem solving, and people. And if I do this thing at your company or, with one company, then I'll spend more time on tomorrow afternoon and we'll actually rate this by table, and then we'll prioritize that gap, and then we'll, select which item we're going to go after, right? So I wanted to give it to you if you want to use it back home. If I get 2 hours with an executive team, this is basically what I'll go over. Because basically, setting the standard and then checking, and because if they don't think there's a gap, then we won't make any progress. But if I can have them understand we have a gap, then we can make some progress.
We're going to go into roles and responsibilities.
Oh, just a little bit, but again, that's where I asked you to pull the and on if you want me to go deeper. But we're going to hit that. So next, we're going to wrap up the process one and then go into the people one. But I wanted to get these out to you kind of as an overview. And then again, if you want to use it with your team discussion tomorrow afternoon for your prioritization, or when you get back home, it was meant to be a resource, not to confuse you. So hopefully that was accomplished. All right. So let's move on and let's finish up the process and then get to the people. I don't know why this goes off. Time's out or something. There we go. Okay. So process, again, that includes our flow, our workplace management, visualization, standardization. So there's your value stream. There's our silos we wrote out on the one paper yesterday. So again, I asked one about that silo question I asked you yesterday. Somebody's like, well, our organizational chart's in silos. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not asking if you have functions. We all have functions. But what makes a function a silo? No, that communication, right? That you got basically the walls or whatever, and you're not interacting. So don't confuse a function with a silo. Now, how do we cut across again horizontally with that value stream? And a lot of it's like the KPIs, like we talked about, like we were tracking our 4 teams yesterday. We weren't tracking the total. How many of you are doing value stream mapping? Anybody doing value stream mapping? No one is doing value stream mapping? It's pretty dang important. So fine, you mentioned lead time yesterday and those ACE medals or wherever you want to, checking your lead time, right? And then working to reduce that lead time, because that's going to have all those benefits that he talked about yesterday. Again, I don't want to repeat what he did yesterday, but I can reiterate some of it. I had one, I think in Iowa, I was at a financial company that has rep advisors that set up 401ks and does all the stuff for different companies, right? And retirement plans and all that stuff. And so they have transactions every day from these rep advisors that, he wants a 401k or he wants his thing switched or whatever it is. And the standard was 2 days for these transactions. It should take 2 days. And then let's say they had 5 functions and they had probably 5 or 6 So they had a standard for each one. So when you get your order in, it should take you 2 hours. It should take you 2 hours, 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever. And so that, and then the whole thing should take less than 48 hours. Well, the rep advisors were calling, telling them this is not working. It's taking 2 weeks. I've had some take 2 months. No good. So they started their problem solving. They went to each of the 5 things. They checked their KPI, service level standard. And sure enough, this group was green. They were doing their processing in 2 hours. They were doing theirs. They were doing theirs. So they had 5 greens and an angry customer. So what was going on? What was wrong? The wait time. They were keeping score of when this order entered this team and when it exited this team, and they were hitting their 2. They weren't tracking how long they were waiting. And God forbid they had a mistake and it went offline. That was the 1 or 2 monther, right? And then it came back. They still processed it in 2 hours. So the metric was incorrect, right? They were going vertical instead of horizontal. So the value stream mapping is horizontal. When I did my first hospital flow, right, the emergency room, they weren't tracking how long it took Josie to go get in and out of the emergency room. I mean, you've all been in emergency rooms or with somebody, right? You go from registration and you sit in this room, then they bring you to another room and they get your weight or something, and then they move you to another room, you wait again. You sit in this room and you're like, they don't even know I'm here. And when I did my value stream mapping, I found out they don't even know you're there. You're a file on the wall moving. No one at the time, now they are, no one was tracking, okay, Josie came in at this time. Now, how long is it taking her to each thing? And then how long is it taking her to get out the door? Now they're doing that because of lean, because of value stream mapping. Does that make sense? So it's a totally different look, a view. Again, it's the customer point of view from that rep advisor, because it was taking 2 months to get one of those back, or 2 weeks. It's taking her 3 hours to get through the emergency room, and no one ever knew. No one ever looked or measured. That's horizontal versus vertical. That's what I want you to pick up, right? So it's whatever process. Like, that's why I gave you the financial one. It's not just an assembly plant. All right, so that's values flow across the functions. And again, the problems are usually between them, just like our example. Like and again, that's where when you talk to the 5, like, we're doing our job, it must be them. Well, we're doing it, it must be them. And the fact is, it was neither. It was the way where the process was set up and the metrics. That's what you want to see, right? That's the problems you want to see. So value stream functions, right? So if we're in an organization again and setting up these KPIs, and we're setting up our huddle meetings, like we'll talk about later today and tomorrow, then we want tracking. So what's keeping us from the highest quality, lowest cost, shortest amount of time? And especially, again, we start in operations, but what are the barriers to that? Maybe I have a part shortage from supply logistics. So are we tracking that? Do they have a KPI? Maybe I have a people shortage from HR. Are we tracking that? Do we have a KPI? That I know how many people am I supposed to have here today and how many I don't have? Because I talked to an operations manager and they're like, if I had the people I was supposed to have, if I had the parts here, if I had my equipment running, I'd be okay.
What about the planning in there? Who's in the material?
Right, that's the interface for the logistics. And then planning the Heijunka,
Yep.
Right? So that's what we're talking about. That's where it all interfaces with so we call it value stream KPIs. So to come up with the planning group on how are we planning, how well they're doing Heijunka. So that's what you want to do. We've got a new member. All right, so we have to ingratiate and socialize him to the group. Harrison, good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
We'll give you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but again, to ingratiate you and socialize you to the group. Let us know who you are, who you're with.
Yeah.
And and then we'll proceed.
Okay. Well, I'm Harrison Tash. I'm actually a consultant. Own my own practice.
Okay.
Water consulting out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And I know your son Ben. I'm kind of the connection to get here.
All right,
so
very good.
Happy to be here.
Fantastic. And what kind of consulting?
Mostly, I mean, it's structure, people, systems, and processes.
Okay.
Kind of overall organizational development.
Okay, cool. All right. If you know Ben, that's good enough for me. So, all right. Well, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Sorry I was late.
All right. We're glad you're here. So anyway, we got planning up there. There you go. So it's how does all of it interface, right, with the operations? Because a lot of people will only do value stream mapping in operations, but that doesn't do us any good, right? We got to do it through the whole value stream, end to end, wing to wing, whatever we want to call it. All right, this was the picture that was on your A3, actually. I tell people if I had only one picture to go over TPS, this would be my picture, actually. Because it's got our true north covered, right? We want to build the highest quality, cost, lowest amount of time, shortest amount of time, lowest cost, high quality, low cost, short time, while respecting those who do the work. So we talked about that yesterday, right? How do we respect people with job security, with safety, and how do we grow HRD, the growth and development part, right? So that's our connection to true north. And then we're going to measure it, like we talked about yesterday. So how are we going to measure that? So we got to have our KPIs. And then we utilize our TPS 5S standard work visualization. So what is the purpose of 5S? What is the purpose of standard work? So I did the little poll questions during COVID and the Zoom poll questions. So I'll do it live for you because it helped with get feedback. So what is the primary purpose of operator standard work? Now again, I say operator standard work because that's different than leader standard work. What's the primary purpose? Well, hold, I'm going to give you a multiple choice. This is a poll question. To help in training, to help with, for safety, for quality. We'll do those three: training, quality, and training. D is all the above, E is none of the above. How many thinks training, quality, safety, all the above? How many thinks none of the above? Good job. Thank you. Why none of the above?
Because you set up that to show the gap. I mean,
you get to go to lunch first today.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
You see, that's just this. I told you from Japan made that thing. So this is our Japan slide. See what the top says? The purpose of TPS is? You heard him yesterday. Identify problems. The purpose of standard work. Now, again, I said primary purpose, right? Because there is a purpose for stabilization, right? We can't improve until we stabilize. So if I say the initial purpose, we could say stabilization. The primary purpose is improvement. Key point. Again, you as leaders manage standard work differently because your people think it's to make robots out of them or something. That's what I hear from your people. They're trying to make robots out of us. I've heard that one too. No, we're trying to enable you to engage in improvement and giving you a vehicle to do so. Same thing with 5S. What's the purpose of 5S? Y'all, how many of you doing 5S? Or trying or whatever? Did you see good 5S at Toyota yesterday? Huh?
I see some, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's some gaps. They told you we're not perfect. Sure. Did you see some
Yeah,
system?
I see the system. I saw the system.
What's the purpose of 5S? I tell you, when I was first introduced to 5S, I thought it was the stupidest thing I ever heard of. I tell you that. I thought it was a waste of time, non-value added. So I told a group at breakfast, when I started, they gave us standard work, and then the training, and then the scoreboard, and then problem solving. But in that standard work, then alongside, they said, now time for, we start with 4S actually, and 5S. And so what's the first S? Sort, sift, get rid of what we don't need. I think they'll tell us how many truckloads they got rid of at Hitachi when they did their first 5S. Sort. So you get rid of what you don't need, then what's second S? Set. We also had in there a spick and span, so clean up what you got left. Then set. So how do we set it? What does that mean? Give it a place. So I learned on a garbage can. So the trainer says, do you need this garbage can? And I said, well, it's got garbage in it, so I'm going to say, let's keep it. So he let me keep it. So we washed it up. And then he says, Mike's son, this garbage, they made us go to Walmart. We didn't have general stores at the time, and buy yellow duct tape and tape off the thing, and I write garbage can. And this is where I got challenged. It's like, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard of. We have smart people here. We all know what a garbage can is. And I'm going to waste time and effort on buying tape and writing garbage can. Like, this is the world-class manufacturing system that I left Toys R Us for. This is a joke. Stupid. So a lot of companies have lost their lean journey because of 5S. Because people like me. So I wanted to know why. So they taught us to go back and ask why. So as politely as I could, I went back and said, why do you want us spending our time doing it? And he said, you must not understand purpose of 5S. I'm like, I must not. So he says, Mike's son, he drew that out. And he said, what do we have here? That says garbage can. What do we have here? This is an aerial view of a garbage can, by the way. What do we have here? I said, no garbage can. He said, no. This is no garbage can. There was one here yesterday. It's not here today. No garbage can. What is this? Missing garbage can. How do I know it's missing? Because I have a standard. I can check my current situation. I can identify my gap. That is a phenomenon. That is a problem. No standard, no problem. Standard, problem. This is the same picture we did yesterday at the highest level, executive true north, right? We had our standard, current, gap, our true north. Remember? It's the same picture. At the highest level, at the most basic level. They're both meant to do plan, do, check, act, which is alongside the left-hand side of our set the standard, to get the gap, close the gap. You with me? Because I learned very quickly, if all I had to do was put yellow tape around a garbage can, I'd have had it made. The hard part was what? Yeah, keeping the garbage can in the square. And if I walk through the group, going to a meeting, and the empty square is there, and I walk on by, what have I just told all 20 people? Standards don't matter. Abnormalities don't matter. They're not addressed right away. It's okay. 5S audit's not till next Tuesday, so I got till next Tuesday to get that thing in there. No good, no good, no good, right? So I like to tell people, don't set any more standards at a higher pace than you can check the abnormality and address the abnormality. right? That's a really important point. That's the point of a pilot as well, right? That you can work out that, because if you just spread everything so quick that you can't do the PDCA, then it doesn't sustain. All right. So that's what Japanese would teach us, the 4 questions, the 4 PDCA questions when they did their Gemba walks. So that's what I do on my Gemba walks. You know, if I go to a company, and again, if I look at whatever, a scoreboard, mostly scoreboards now, because there's a lot of them out there, but I can look at a multifunction worker chart we'll look at later. Same 4 questions. Call them 4 PDCA questions. So what are they? So you walk up to you walk into a plant or you walk up to a scoreboard, what are the 4 things you want to know as a leader? And as a provider, we were taught, if it's our scoreboard, we want to make it so simple and so visual that it's telling you the answer to those 4 questions without you even asking. That's good visual control. If I can, and they said if a elementary school student could walk in and know the answer to those 4 questions, then you've done your job. What are those 4 questions?
SQDC.
Well, those are the pillars, so I like that. So those are, usually we have 5. And I was told if you have more than 5, something drops out of your hand. But so that's SQD, SQPC, HRD. 4 PDCA questions. So if I go up to my, like you said, your SQDC scoreboard, what do you want to know? Yeah, within that, what do you want to know? And you asked the question on my, it was a good question on my safety thing. When I told you I was at 29, you asked what? That's 2 of the questions right there. What should be happening in safety? What's actually happening? Right? So that's your first 2 questions. What should be happening? What's actually happening? What's your third question? Do we have a gap? Yeah, or what's the gap? So again, those 3 questions the Japanese would call problem identification, just like we said yesterday. If there's no standard, there's no problem. We could compare all 3, standard, current, and gap, or plan, unplanned, plan, actual, however, again, you want to terminate their terminology. With me, those 3 are problem identification. What's the 4th most vital one that's mostly not done, not answered? Well, what do you want to know if I'm supposed to be at 10 on safety, I'm at 29, my gap is 19, what do you want to know? Why, or what are you doing about it? Like what's your plan to close the gap, right? You with me? So I hope you wrote those down or you memorized them, because you can get a lot of mileage out of those 4 questions. And again, that's your coaching. And I think our guy even said, 3 seconds or something. Different companies have, if you can get the answer to those 4 questions in 3 seconds, or 3 feet, or 10 seconds, 10 feet, whatever. It's the same idea, right? Visual, red, green. All right. Yes.
So at the team member, shift team leader level, what do you think about visual, actual boards versus digital? The huddle around the digital versus huddle around a physical.
Yep.
Let's
save that one for the bus.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to talk about that on the bus. But this morning, I got to have you do the problem-solving case study while you're here, because you can't do that on the bus. So some things I'll hold on the bus. I love that topic, so if I forget, remind me. And again, it's what the general answer is: whatever can best get us doing problem solving. Whatever can best get us to answer those 4 questions. Again, like I said yesterday, if we can get the virtual to answer the first 3 questions, get the robot or the AI or the PLC or whatever to tell us that, then I can spend more time on number 4. We got a lot of time, people spending time on the first 3 and then not doing anything on 4. That's the worst scenario. I had one company answer your question that basically by level. They were saying for the manager, value stream, and the executives, they were doing virtual and things. At the team level, they were still doing the manual. But that was their PDCA. So that doesn't make it the right way, right? But that was their philosophy. All right. We good on the tools then, the process? You all good with what's the purpose of value stream mapping?
Identify the standard. To help identify the standard.
There you go. In order to do what? There you go. So it's PDCA again. So again, it was a trick question, but I want to make sure you got it. It's to set the standard, to identify the gap, to drive improvement, right? So whether it's value stream mapping, visual control, the scoreboard, 5S, standard work, it's all the PDCA in TPS. All right, you haven't convinced me you got it yet, but I'm going to. But we're going to move on. But we won't lose that. We'll come back again to problem solving on the number 4. All right, so that's the tool. So people, so again, I hit people quick this morning. The first thing you got to do, if there's no standard, there's no problem. So unless you tell me what you want your team leader to be doing or your supervisor or your manager, then whatever they're doing is a phenomenon, not a problem. So you got to make clear what you want them doing. And again, those roles on that sheet to a good start for you. We didn't have job descriptions at Toyota. We had roles. Because we didn't want jobs, because we wanted flexibility, right, to move anybody anywhere. And like we said, wherever you're moving, you're doing we want you doing PDCA. So this is a long way to say PDCA, right? Go and see, define the normal, define the abnormal, and then solve the problem. And then teach and coach, right? And then sustain and nurture. All right, so then we have our people value stream. That was kind of my premise for the book, that we have this value stream on the production system, and then everybody was doing the value stream mapping and things, which is great, but we also want to do the same thing for people like we're learning, right? So set the standard, check the current, and do your PDCA. So we were taught by the Japanese that, you know, again, we're not value added because we're not working on that product. So we can add value by developing the people and being that servant leader. So the core servant leader task was to develop our people or build quality people, or however, you know, they build cars, we build people, whatever, how you want to do it. That was the idea of this system. So then it becomes then how do we attract the best fit? I used to say best people, but that's not, different people have different definitions of that. So it was the best fit. So again, if we have a culture of teamwork, and trust and respect, problem solving, leader as coach, then we want to hire the best fit for that one. Even way back when we had our assessments, I remember, and people would come in. Harrison is a top-down command and control, dictatorial. You can tell by his persona, can't you? I'm just kidding.
I'm a real jerk.
So we would have the people come and do the assessment, and they would like start taking charge on the little assessment and tell people what to do, like demonstrating their leadership ability, right? And we're checking to our standard, you know, making X, 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 X. And they're thinking they're doing leadership. And the quiet person in the side here, Josie's like, well, what about this? Or what would happen if we tried this? That's a green. That's a good circle. That's a good question. So again, it's what is the standard for your culture? So do you have your intentional culture? And then obviously the role for your people should match that culture. Now we get a fit. So the person who was directing and bullying, they're not hired. Josie's hired because she fits the culture. Make sense? So that's the human resource system, informal. So how about attract? How do you attract the best people, the best fit? First of all, how do you attract a number? Like I told you, we needed 100 to get 5, so we needed to attract more people we called it a funnel, more people at the beginning of the funnel so that we could have our best fit at the end of the funnel. So why do I want to work for Tarumo, Antarctica, or whatever they called it yesterday?
Save lives.
What? To save lives? Okay, so you're connecting to the purpose. Why do I want to work for EZG? I can do it all, yeah, right? So it's not a hypothetical. Why do I want to work at Helchem? You want to make money, we'll get you that. But again, pay and benefits, we used to say in HR, we'll get them there, won't keep them there. It's not even in the top 10 of the millennials. So now I do need help on it, pronouncing that name. No, Jose, I know.
The company name.
Yeah.
Ruhrpumpen.
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 We're pumping.
Yeah.
Ruhrpumpen. Why do I want to work at Ruhrpumpen? There's lots of demand in Monterey. I can go anywhere I want in Monterey right now. It's a buyer's market, isn't it not? The employee.
Yeah.
So why do I want to work for you? Because again, the pay will be there anywhere. So this is a question you need to answer. So again, whose job is it to attract people and to get that funnel filled up? Whose job is that? Wrong answer. No good. Wrong answer. Everybody is the right answer. The culture, right? The word of mouth. Now the word of mouth is on Glassdoor. A company I worked with in Florida showed me that one. Everybody know what Glassdoor is? Your employees are talking about you on Glassdoor. They're rating you as a leader. They're like rating the president. They're rating the supervisor. So it's everybody's role to attract. So let's get back to then, what is your role? Why do I want to work at EZG? Help me, Hitachi. So I got the true north to answer. So I'll give you credit for that one. Culture, I'll give you credit whenever you say culture is an answer. Since this is a culture class and a culture. But I might ask for more detail. So I'm going to ask for more detail. What about the culture? And I like to tell people it's like the word of mouth. That's what they're talking about at the ball game or whatever, or at the thing. What are they talking about? My supervisor's a jerk. I can't believe this company. They work 7 days a week. Or this company's awesome. Because why? Because, yeah, again, put it personal, because they develop people. They develop me. I have opportunity for development, growth and development. That's a big one. And that means both, right, the supervisor is developing me, and I've got HR, they've got tuition assistance. I saw that RJ showed me what you guys are doing with the state of Kentucky for the WINS program. So they've got, you'll see tomorrow, they're telling the new hires what their development track is. And then they've got some other state computer training now with just like literacy or math or computers or Excel or whatever. So development opportunities. Cool. And that's part of their improved retention, by the way. All right, what else? Having fun? Ah, good. I've had some companies that I like that one. We didn't have that one at Toyota. We had to help the Japanese on that one. That's a good one.
I think it all falls in the whole theme of respect for the employee.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of like you said, the same question as yesterday. How does that translate or apply? So to their people, like I have the opportunity for development. I have a say in my work. People care about me. My supervisor cares about me. Those types of things is exactly what it's going to be.
But I think if they also the
No buts.
I think if the kind of product that the company is delivering
The kind of
to
what?
the customer,
The kind of product?
the kind of product the product company is building to the customer, I think it's.
I think that's connected to kind of like you said, the mission. So I'll definitely say that's connected. You'll have to find out like how, like that was important to us at Toyota, that we took pride in the quality and all that. And that was part of the attraction, I guess. I think these daily things we're talking about are more impactful, but I don't want to argue it because I'd say both and. But I don't want you to lose the way they're treated on a daily basis. That respect thing, I think, is more important to somebody than the mission statement of we save lives. But I want you to save lives. I mean, that's also with the purpose-driven thing of how do we provide. Remember yesterday we were talking about True North. How do we answer that why? How do we make it purposeful for your folks? And one way is to say, hey, we save lives. But, you know, I went through my own little thing at Toyota. It's like, I'm building a car here. I mean, I'm putting on mufflers. I mean, how purposeful is that? Now, I don't want exhaust problems. I don't want to have people having brake problems. So I can make that connection. But I really, at the end of the day, it was a car. So to me, it didn't make the connection. I think I told you yesterday what made it was this respect and development, that you have the opportunity to grow and develop. That's when it clicked. So that other stuff helped, but I got the click on that. Does that make sense?
I got a two-part question. Question one is, if I'm going to fill out an application, why do I want to work at Toyota?
Yeah, you have to answer that question.
No, that's my question.
Well, at the time, it was because of high pay and the reputation of quality and blah, blah, blah. But again, it's a difference of what gets them to fill out the application and then what gets them to stay there after they're hired. And they're connected but different, right? So just like we said, the pay and benefits help get them there. This reputation of the product, the mission, that'll help get them there. What keeps them there will be this stuff. And this stuff also what bleeds into the word of mouth. Hey, my supervisor cares about me. Another one of the Shingo things, another story I had, and I forget the context, but it was a lady. Well, I think we asked them. I mean, one of the questions of the interview for Shingo was, why do you like to work here? Why do you stay here? Or something like that. And the lady started crying. And again, this is a virtual thing. And so she gets her composure and she says, it's like family here. And she said, I forget who died, somebody in her family, mother, father, whatever, I don't know. And she said, you know, the company sent flowers and did things. My work team, oh my gosh, they were my family. And they made meals and we had this and we had that. And then by the end, we were all wiping our eyes of her telling this story. And that was her answer to why she is staying working here, why she likes working here. So that, unless that's word of mouth, that's not going to be why she applied there. But it could be word of mouth that she's telling people that. And so that might want me to fill out her.
So the only reason I asked that question is to ask this question is not every situation offers what Toyota offers, right? So before they even get in the door at Toyota, they know what they're walking into, kind of. Not, you know, how do you engage an employee that
I should have you have a microphone. I'm messing up, aren't I? Am I close enough where you can hear? Because he's asking good questions. So keep it going, and I think I know where you're going.
To go back, my question was, not every company has the same backing as Toyota does, right? So you go in, you see the safety gates, you see the break rooms in every corner, you see what is offered to them. They're building cars, right? Not every company builds cars, right? So it's not fancy. The ergonomics aren't there. It's just a different platform. So my question is, you might not attract top level talent, right? So you have to work in the mid level right? So how do you develop the mid-level employee into quality employees, right? You can engage them, you can work with them, you can do all these certain things, but what is the key that turns them over, right? What is the key that keeps them there?
Yes.
You know?
So I never let people, or try not to let them use that, Toyota. And you had a similar question, and I was going to jump in yesterday, but I didn't want to jump on Scott, because you said the weight of the Toyota arm for the support. It was a little different context yesterday. I'm trying to remember the context. But the reason I use the respect and the development thing is to differentiate, to say that every company can provide that, right? Because, like I said, even with the mission statement and the hospitals, healthcare, they're all about we're saving, and they are saving lives. If you're making equipment for that, it's saving lives, literally. I was with an aluminum can company, and they were trying to make what we put in it or whatever. They were trying to, and I'm like, I don't have any problem with doing that exercise, just like you were doing me. Well, you can connect it to the car, the safety, and so I say go through that exercise. But the common denominator that I want you to all get is that what organization can show respect to their people and to grow and develop their people? Can your organization provide those things? Say yes, and we can keep going. You have to. Well, you don't have to, but if you don't, you'll have turnover.
You're expecting the same thing from your employees back to the company. So the company's least they can do is do the same thing back to the employees.
Yeah. So again, you can offer that respect. You can offer that development. Part of that respect, like that we've been talking about, is giving them a say in their work, an opportunity to be part of the Kaizen, right? To make suggestions, to be part of a quality circle, to be pulled off for a Kaizen team, right? That's what's keeping them there. And that's how we're getting, that's why I told you on that ergonomics, that was thousands of people's work getting those ergonomics in. And that was part of what was keeping the people there, because they could have a say in, we used to say, have a say in their work, which is part of the developing the standard work, having opportunity to improve their standard work, not have to wait on a suggestion up in the suggestion box or the CI team or something crazy like that. That's disrespectful. So that's the stuff that we would say at Toyota that's going to have them apply and stay, and then tell their friends to apply, right? And again, my hypothesis of why I do these things is that every one of you can provide those for your people. And if you can't, please see me after bourbon tonight, and we can discuss more.
I was going to say that definitely to save lives, that's part of the purpose. But I'm here because I got invited by Turumo. But at the same time, I want to be here because work is stressful. And how do we make work a little bit less?
Yeah, I like that. That's good. That's a good one.
How do we respect? That's what you're saying. How do we respect?
That's respect.
within the company?
Yeah, I don't know who said it back there, but respect. I mean, that if I was going to give you one answer, I would say respect. Then we got to define it more like we have been. But that would be the answer, the way I'd answer your question. Are you okay with that?
Yes and no.
All right, so I'll keep challenging you. So it sounds like we
I'll keep
need more
asking
bourbon tonight.
It's not a problem.
Again, I appreciate the question because he's processing through, like, how do I take this back home? And again, I like about and that's why we're going. Okay, that's what I was going to say, because Toyota, you said had the the green field and the thing. I was going to say like on the bus, like that's why we go to Aichi Ford. That's why we go to Hitachi, because they're not Toyota. And the story tomorrow again is live. We got a good story at Aichi too. You'll hear, but they'll tell you the last 3 or 4 years of taking it from, and they didn't have resources, they didn't have capital, but they're doing it.
I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to this is a machine that we're seeing. It's a well-developed machine that's been doing it for a long time. If I were to take this small thing and this small thing and try to inject it, sure, it'll work for a minute, but it'll fail, right? My question is, where do we start?
Yeah. Well, that's
Right? What is A, then what is B, and what is C?
okay. Thank you.
That's my question.
Very good. So again, I appreciate the question. That's why I give this out. That's why I also say that if somebody, because we all want a recipe, which is what you just described. And I always tell people if there's a consulting group or somebody that is offering you a recipe, I would run away because there is no recipe, there is no magic bullet other than plan, do, check, act. So the Japanese taught us plan, do, check, act. And I'll tell you, every one of your organizations is different. You have a different product, you have a different business environment, you have a different leadership team. So I can't tell you to start here and then here and then here. So this is modeled after an assessment we had at Toyota that if we had a problem supplier, and I was on HR in one of those teams, and we would go in and we would assess similar categories, and then we would identify the gap, and then we would make a plan 1, 2, 3, 4. But the plan for that company is different than the plan for that company. So that's why I do this. So I say your company, assess where you are in these things, and then make your plan. In other words, people say, well, isn't True North a good place to start? I'm like, it's a great place to start, but it might not be the place for you to start. You might already be okay there. And you don't need to start there. Or you might be so urgent and dire, you don't have time to start there. You got to start somewhere else. So plan, do, check, act would be what do first, second, third? I would say do P, D, C, and then A. And don't look for a recipe. Look at your standard, what should be happening, identify your gap, and then make your plan. And then you're going to adjust it often. So I'm looking forward to bourbon tonight. All right. Good questions. Again, because we want you to go back and apply it. That's the point. And again, you'll see glimpses of Itachi's or Aichi's Forge this afternoon, and you'll see a lot more explicit story tomorrow, and you'll see what their recipe was. And they started with 5S and safety, right? And then standard work. They'll give you their map. That doesn't say that that's your right map. Now, again, I could say that's philosophically sound. Like I said, you can't go wrong starting with 5S and safety. And then standard work, that's what the Japanese did us. So again, I'm hoping I'm answering your question as we go throughout but I'm also saying you got to customize it. All right, we got to be close to break time. Yeah, 9:30 is break time. All right, so let's take a 10 minutes. We'll come back. We're going to get into problem solving. Well, we're going to finish up people, start on problem solving, and then we'll finish up the case study before lunch. So we'll finish up our people, just, and not again finish it up, but for this morning, we'll, because as you see that they all tie together and wrap together with the true north and the people, the process, problem solving. So we'll wrap up the discussion on the people processes, then we'll transition to the problem solving. About an hour and 10 minutes, we'll take another break, and then we'll get to the case study before lunch. What are some KPIs for the people category? A lot of times, and do you guys have people for a pillar? Because most times people have safety, quality, productivity, delivery, what have you. Tosh, do you have a people pillar? A lot of companies I go to do not.
Well, one of our KPIs for people is retention. I mean,
That's good. Yeah. So
that's the vein you were going down.
well, that's where we're going. You know, and we'll talk about with our daily huddles and our tiered scoreboards, right? We talked about yesterday, executive level, manager level, work team level, right? So each one of those could or should have a scoreboard, right? When I work with companies, I start with 3 levels. And in around those categories, but you know, it might be different. In other words, retention, I would like definitely at the executive level, HR, maybe at the manager level, not at the floor level, right? I wouldn't be tracking that. And at the floor level, so we do want retention. Yeah. So how about retention? So do you know what your turnover is? Annualized. Somebody other than HR, do you know what your turnover is? Who's responsible for turnover? Don't tell me HR. We hope everybody.
You guys should know what our turnover is.
All right, let's hear it. Are you okay sharing it?
I know roughly what it is, but not off the top of my head.
And we usually talk in annualized because that's what, you know, we can benchmark across the industry or across other companies. What we got?
5.7.
5.7 per month.
No, it's basically, it is about annual. We're trying to get.
You got 5% for the year?
Our goal is 5.
Well, that's world class. If you're under 10, you're world class. Toyota was 3 when I wrote the book, but I talked to some folks here this last year. They said they're more than double that now with the new workforce and the COVID and all that. So they're up closer to 7 or 8.
It was higher.
If you're at 5, that's phenomenal.
But that's on full-time employees that are not temps, because we
Have a temp thing.
break that out separate. The temps is
Gotcha.
way worse bucket.
So then you have a different, well, that's a good
There's a
point.
different
So then you have, and then you have a different PDCA for the temp turnover, which you want to address also. So, you know, I worked with a company in Florida that 50% last year, 50% turnover. Yeah, about 4% a month. That's why I asked if it was a month or a year. They have 3,000 people. What is your turnover costing you? A lot is, that doesn't work for that. We would consider that a large vague term. Well, we do want you to get a number. I want you to get I would recommend you get a number so that, because that gets attention. At this company, you got attention. You know, I told them the average, you know, that the HR journals, and you'll say 15,000 a year. Some will say up to a half-year salary. You know, if you include all the attract, you know, how to attract, you know, the recruiting fees, the interviewing and all that, and then the replacement of that, it gets to be a large number. But they said, well, we'll use, I think they said for 10,000. I don't think they agreed to 15. I said, great, use 10,000. Because then we can start a PDCA, right? We can have a measurement. So what's 1,500 times 10,000? Anybody got a? I think it's larger. I think it's 15. 15 million? Not about 15 million. It's now we're estimating on the 10,000. The 1,500 people were real. 15 million. Do you think that got attention of some of the leaders? And this year it's on the Hoshin, right? To do some problem solving around that, which some of it might include pay and benefits. More of it will include. Now, I was in one of those meetings where the operations, they broke down the problem, like we'll learn in our 8-step problem solving. Break it down to, tenure, to length of time, time, the onboarding. And sure enough, in operations, over 50% of their total was the first 3 months. So I remember his quote was, "We don't have a turnover problem, we have an onboarding problem." Could be, I told him, could be a quality of hire. Now their HR is doing a quality of hire metric, and it was indeed an onboarding problem. So I recommend you looking at your onboard. I recommend you again getting a number for your turnover because it's a big number, and then doing the problem solving on that. And most companies I've worked with, it is the onboarding is the majority. If it's not 50%, it's close to it of where your turnover is happening. So that's low-hanging fruit in my estimation. So what can you do? Again, we talked about formal system yesterday. So do you have a standardized process to onboard? Are you measuring it? Are you coming back and checking the metrics? And then are you adjusting to improve it? And that's what you'll see tomorrow as an example for onboarding. So that's a good one. Retention is a good one. But again, it's a lagging one. So you want to come up with some other leading ones, right? Like we're doing our onboarding, or we're having some metrics around that, 30, 60 day. The one company was doing, instead of doing, they did exit interviews to get to the root cause. And then their countermeasure was to do stay interviews, they called them, to meet with the new hires weekly the first month, and then 30, 60, 90, find out how's everything going. Is there any reason you would leave? Let's countermeasure it. So they did stay interviews. So anyway, that's an important part of the people value stream. So once we get them there and we get them onboarded and developed, now how do we engage them? So again, we'll talk about in development, the standard work and like Scott talked about yesterday, the fundamental skills, the job instruction training. Then once they're doing their job, now how do we engage them in improvement? How do they improve their job? Then how do they get ready to get promoted to the next role? So do you have a promote from within policy, standard, goal? Good. Our standard was 100%. That doesn't mean we did that all the time, but if we went outside of that, then it was a problem. Then we say, why did we have to go outside of it, and what can we do to keep it from happening again? Right? All right, so that's the people thinking. Let's look.
So I mean, you brought up that you would never go outside; it was always 100%. But like, if they brought you in that instance, like you didn't start off on the line, right?
Well, that was the initial hire, right? Right. That's a good point. Because after that initial hire, 100% of the group leaders came from team leaders, and 100% of team leaders came from team members. Yeah, a good point. That initial one was.
But you're saying after it's sustained.
Yeah.
I know one thing we do is we post internal jobs for 2 postings, and 2 fill postings result in external posting.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
We used to call it the daisy chain. You can't keep.
Yeah.
You have a lot of churn if you can't keep filling internal.
But then the good question to ask then is, why is this job not preferred versus the other jobs? So you have to look into why that job is no good.
That's right.
For the employee.
You're thinking PDCA. That's good. All right. So HR, again, I explained it on the bus a little bit yesterday, has a different role at Toyota. It's a check and balance. It's also that, like I said, the organizational competencies, and then linking those competencies. So what did we say were the competencies that we're focusing on? The same as the 2 pillars of the Toyota way: problem solving, teamwork, leader as coach and teacher. So if we take those competencies, say we want a culture of teamwork and problem solving, so then we're going to hire people who demonstrate teamwork and problem solving, demonstrate the ability to grow and get better in teamwork and problem solving. So we're going to hire them based on that. We're going to train them. We're going to evaluate them on how well they're doing in teamwork and problem solving. We're going to promote that person, like we talked about yesterday on the bus, because they're demonstrating teamwork and problem solving at a higher level, not because they're getting results or whatever, but because they're demonstrating the competencies. We're going to recognize and we're going to compensate, all based on those. Do you see how that would reinforce the culture? I forget who we promoted yesterday because they were getting results and leaving a trail of dead bodies, right? We said that. You see how that would say, well, they talk about respect and trust on the poster, but that's what, when push comes to shove, they're promoting Andy because he gets results, right? So we wanted to reinforce. And again, the check and balances of HR is that, hey, we know you want to promote Andy, but he's not promotable because here's his people score, here's his 360s, he's red. So if you want to promote him, then we suggest you get these red to green in the next 6 months or a year or whatever. That's the way it worked. All right. So you asked how to hire and how do we promote. So again, I did really general. So when we hire a new hire, they're going to do a computerized assessment. Everybody. They can go to any state employment office and takes, I think, 40 minutes or less than an hour. And it's going to ask questions. It's going to give teamwork scenarios. It's going to have animated problem solving things to see how well they're thinking process wise, problem identification, problem solving wise. It'll have some basic math and things on there, but it's checking teamwork and problem solving. Now, when they went to computer, I was skeptical. I'm like, how is the computer going to check to see their teamwork? Because we used to have those little exercises like in person. And they came up with these scenarios and different multiple choice, and it was actually more valid and more reliable than the people assessors that were assessing the exercises. So that's what we do as our first cut. And it'll literally be from 100 people to, well, actually, I skipped a step. So 100, let's do our 100 people. We'll take an application, online application. That takes 5 minutes. It's got 2 or 3 knockout questions. If I'm not 18, a convicted felon, not a U.S. citizen or something, there's 2 or 3 that if you answer that, you don't go any farther. The other ones are flagged, but then you still go to the next step. The next step is this computerized assessment. So another 20 out of 100 will go down there. Then maybe 50 is invited to a day of work. And our nonprofit facilitates that. Again, we went through a lot of PDCAs on how do we see if they like this job? And how do we see if they're able to do this job? Because you have to stand on your feet all day, get in and out of cars. You saw it. So how do we see if people are going to like that? And how are we going to see if they're able to do that? So that was the day of work. Now, the day of work was about the 5th PDCA. First, we talked to people. Harrison, you know how hard it is out there? You got to be on your feet all day, 500 cars, 1 a minute. You think you can do this? Sure, I can do it. He couldn't do it. So then we did video. I remember we had videos in the interview room. You see them getting in and out of the car. You see, you think you can do it? Yeah, I think it's okay. That didn't work. Then we did a tour. So we would take groups of 5 or 10. We'd walk them through the plant like you guys yesterday. We'd say, look at them. This is how it is. You think you like it? Didn't work. Then somebody came up with the idea, why don't we put them on a line for a couple hours? Can't do that. Why don't we make a simulation? We can't do that. Well, we found out we could do that. If you did a non-stable thing and set up a separate area, we brought them in the plant. We did 6 hours to start with. That was our nonprofit doing it. Ben did it for a couple summers. during college. So they bring them through and they do a day of work. We had 4 stations and they would get in a car, shoot air tools. They were doing a simulated welder, reading manifest. So mental stress, physical stress.
Pay them for that?
We did not. It was part of the application process. Somebody took us to court once on that, and it was found out if that's what everybody needs to do to be hired, then it's not a problem.
Were they actually doing that on the floor or just in the simulator?
It was on the floor, but in a simulation. We wanted them to walk through the floor, hear all the bells and whistles going off, but it was in a separate area, an assessment area. Yeah, day of work. It worked.
So seemingly at that point, you already have employees that are engaged enough that they're not worried about, well, you're not paying me to do that, you know.
Well, they're applicants. Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, not employees.
Yeah, applicants. Well, you have that, they want to work there bad enough that they're going to, that's also why we reduced it to 3 hours, because 6 hours was a lot to ask. And they have to take a day off work. So we changed it to 3 hours and we did it in the evenings and on Saturday, and it much more conducive, right? But then we had the fallout. Then we found out either people didn't want to do it and they would self-select out. Now that was not so many. And then the more of them was they couldn't do it. You know, they were putting the wrong parts on, or they got too tired, sat down, or whatever. So that was the day of work. So it's working and it's still working. It's still going. We're still doing it. So it was again a quality of hire type of thing. If you want to learn more about that, I'll tell you more about that. But again, that's the day of work. So then the last thing we did the interview, but there was only maybe 20, 25 people out of 100 that would get to the actual interview. And then there was a process for interviewing, behavior-based interviewing, situational interviewing. Anybody familiar? Are any of you doing that? If you only do one thing in the hiring, I would advise you do behavior-based interviewing. You don't? Okay. Well, we did it all throughout. What's the behavior-based interview question, Levi? Help us out. Well, no, I mean, it's different. It's not. No, it's not that one. Sorry. Because that's the thing. So, Philip, are you a good problem solver?
I think so.
Well, I'm not going to hire you. Richard, are you a good problem solver?
Depends on the problem.
I don't think I like that answer either. Matthew, are you a good problem? Well, that's not the question we want. So then another level question would be, if you had this problem, what would you do? Now that's better than the first one, but it's not as good as the third one. The open-ended one is what? There it is. That's the situational behavior-based. Give me an example about a time you solved the problem. And then guess what? We're measuring the STAR. We called it the situation, the task, action, result, which was plan, do, check, act. How well are they thinking, plan, do, check, act? So I think back to my interviews. I'm giving them Toys R Us examples of plan, do, check, act when they're asking me those questions. And housewives or whatever, or saying you didn't have to be at work. You could do it at home when I had my lawnmower, whatever. You're doing a PD, you're giving an example of solving a problem. That's behavior-based interview. You could do the same thing on teamwork. So anyway, I just trying to get a little bit more into the HR side of things to tell how we would select somebody. So now we're select somebody. Again, it's 5 out of 100. We're a little bit higher now, but not a whole lot, maybe 10.
How many people after they do the day on the floor, or whatever you
Day
call
of
it,
work, yeah.
how many people make it through that?
So that cuts it in about half. About 50 out of 100 go to 25, 50%. Yeah, literally it's like a quarter each time. So we go from 100 to about 75 on the Easy app, from about 75 to 50 on the assessment, on the computerized assessment, and about 50 to 25 on the day of
So
work.
1 out of every 4 people, essentially.
Yeah,
make
on
it
each
through.
one of them. And then on the interview, it goes from 25 to 10 or something.
What did the frequency of that batch, like how was that, like once a week or?
I think we did it once a month when we were stabilized, but now these waves of retirement, they got to step it up, right? And then the increased turnover. Got to step it up a little. So then there's a whole nother process to become a team leader. So then a team leader, we wanted to know, again, if you wanted to become one. Now, when we had it, we actually had them take pre-promotion classes without pay because we wanted to know if like they really wanted this. But then the lawyers and HR said that's not so good. So now we are paying them for pre-promotion classes. And then there are assessments. And there's a team leader assessment, like I said yesterday. And it's assessing, again, problem-solving teamwork. It's assessing your ability to train. Now, we even work in there also some standard work things because you're expected to do. I suppose that's a competency of a team leader.
When you say pre-promotion classes, I don't need the specifics, but can you give me an example of one of them?
Communication, handling, whatever they call it, conflict management, handling difficult conversations or something.
So it's a class to train them on how to do that.
It would also be a job instruction training, right? How to deliver job instruction training.
And that's something that was done at a different facility or at the
On
facility,
site.
On site.
Yeah, HR is helping do that.
Take
And
them off the line, basically.
no, that would be overtime, weekends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was where the voluntary.
But now is that class part of the, I don't know what to say this, part of the process of selection, or is that class just a continuous improvement?
That's to get you into the assessment. So I can be assessed as a team leader if I take those pre-promotion classes. Now I get assessed and I'm red, yellow, green, and green gets me into the promotable pool. I'm promotable. If I'm yellow or red, then I'm getting coached with HR and the supervisor on how do we get you into the green. And then once you're in the green, then again, if I have an opening, then I work with HR and say, well, here's the pool. I think Jose is best because he does have, because now that's where I have some say. Because again, HR has a say on who gets in the pool. And then I have a say then of the pool. I'd rather have Jose because he fits better for whatever. That's how the partnership.
One question. How does Toyota determine the problem solving as a competence?
How do they measure it, or how do they?
How they, let's say, assess the problem solving competency when they are hiring?
Yeah.
I mean, blue collars mainly.
Yeah. So, like I said, that. So I used to show in here, I would bring in the thing and show the little assessment, the little animated assembly line. So I can hook you up and show you that if you email me, because they do, that's what they do. And there's a company that does it. It was Select International. Somebody had bought them, and they've got computerized assessments that are doing problem identification and problem solving, critical thinking. Because at a team leader group, they're the same ones that do that. I told you, nationwide team leader and group leader assessments as well for promotion. So we're assessing problem solving for team leader, group leader as well at a deeper level, more critical thinking level. So we can show you all three if you're interested. Perfect. All right, that's about as deep as I want to go. Thanks for the follow-up questions. Did I go deep enough to hit everybody? Okay, standard work, we got that one. What's the purpose of standard work? Thank you. Improvement, get the improvement. I do need to spend a little time on standard work because there's different, in my experience at Gimbal Walks, I always ask to see the standard work. And most times I'm given a technical instruction sheet or an engineering instruction sheet or a work instruction sheet or an SOP or a bill of materials or something, which is not standard work. And it's not our, our TW, I want to say TWI, our job instruction training, right? So there's three different processes. And I want you to know the difference because a lot of companies have one of these, sometimes two of these. And at Toyota, we had three, and it was three different purposes. And they all work together, but three different purposes. and 3 different authors. So let's start with an easy one. How about engineering instruction sheets? Who writes those? Let's start easy. Engineers, all right. So what is the purpose of those engineers? Because I got them at Toyota. They handed me my engineering instruction sheets for the fuel tank. This is the bolt you use, size bolt. This is the size gun. This is the torque, kilograms per centimeter squared you need on this bolt. Engineering instruction sheet. You don't want the team members of quality circle determining that. We want engineers determining. Right. Exactly. It's the purpose is, that's good, Levi. You know, we would say customer spec or whatever. It's the specifications, right? It's the specs we got to meet. That's the purpose. Now, a lot of companies will use this. They'll hand it to Abe and say, here's our instruction sheet. Work, because some people call it the work instruction sheet. Here's our work instructions, memorize them, whatever. So standard work is different, and you saw the examples yesterday. What's the purpose of standard work? Improvement. Right? Who authors it? The team. Team members, team leader, going to facilitate that. Group leader is going to confirm that. What are the components? And they went over that yesterday. See if you were listening. What are the components of operator standard work? 3 of them. You know I was going to check, did you? There you go. So we had steps. Now, the interesting thing about steps is that's the one that goes across all 3, right? Time. Right, so we could do tact and cycle, and he gave us both, right? So this is usually not on here. Sometimes it is. This is hardly ever on here. But 95%, 98% of the time I ask for standard work at an organization, they give me this or this. You say, well, this is how we train people. Like I said, some see this is how we train people. Others will have a training document, but it's different purposes. So I always say if I have the time on there, I know, okay, they got the time. So now I see if they're using it for improvement. Like, does it change, and are we driving that improvement? So time to me is the biggie. Who does the timing? I've been in organizations where it's like this. How's that for a high trust culture? The team is doing the timing, right?
We actually have people tell us that in my company, well, they'll slow down so they get more.
Oh, right. How's that for trust?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a true north problem there. Again, because if everybody's on board for highest quality, lowest cost, shortest amount of time, and they understand that we're not going to lose our job, we're going to gain job security the more high quality, lower cost, shorter time that we are. We're earning our job security. We're motivated to do that. So we're not sandbagging. All right, then inventory was the other one. I have a little bit different take than him on the standard working process.
I was confused.
I was too. So we called it min-max. The Japanese had min-max, right? And he even said it on the one IP carts or something. He said, oh, there's supposed to be A7 there or something. There's only 3. And I defined it kind of like you did. If we had to go from chassis 1 to chassis 2 and it took 5 minutes to get there, then we would have a buffer of 5 as a minimum. That was the standard working process.
If you have 4, you have a problem.
Right. If you have 6, you have waste. And they might give us 6 or 7 on new models. Because the other way I heard it, and actually from a TSSC person, they said the amount you need to keep smooth, continuous flow, which is different than the amount you need to conform standard work. When they said that, that made sense to me, because that was what the Japanese explained, why they would have buffers, why they would have 7 in between, so that if chassis 1 stopped, it didn't automatically make chassis 2 stop, because we're better if we have a smooth, continuous flow. So the buffer could absorb some of that so it could keep chassis 2 running and smooth and continuous. That is why they explained the buffer to me.
I thought it was a new concept.
So I think that one's more helpful than 1 or 2. I mean, or 0 or 1. So anyway, so whatever that's worth. To me, the time one is the key there. And are we tracking time? And who's doing it? So the work team. So again, you might need to start a pilot there. You might have to again enroll the team leader. Down in Mexico where we are, it's engineers doing it. And now we're trying to convert over to doing pilots with the team leaders taking that over. But the pilots are very successful because why? What's the benefit of having the team leader or team members doing it? Hey, the experts. They're the experts. Now, that doesn't mean you won't have disagreements and barriers and discussions. Like, why do I need to do it like Carlos? Again, you'll have the, why are you trying to make robots out of us? So then you can give the purpose of standard work. Carlos and I don't have to do everything the same. That is a misconception of standard work. We do not have to do that process exactly the same. I'm sorry. I was taught as a supervisor, I need to facilitate finding out what does matter and then standardizing it. And what doesn't matter, they call it personal preference. You can keep personal preference. So how do we decide whose way do we do it? Carlos or mine? Who's louder? Who's more senior? How do we decide whose way to use? There you go. SQDC, right? Is there a way to measure safety? Yes. Ergonomics, injury, time, etc. So we're teaching them, we're going by those metrics. And if I can do it a little quicker than Carlos, then Carlos should want to know how I'm doing it, right? And we would want to standardize it. If he doesn't, if he knows I have a quicker way and he doesn't want to do it that way, then we have a true north problem, right? And we have those discussions. So it's what's that current best way, and having that discussion, having the team measure that. And so somebody said, give me an example. So, you know, left hand, right hand. We went in Texas, we went down the truck line and they had the doors back on the line. And I was with the tram like you guys, and every one of the 20 members we're going up the right-hand side of the truck was shooting left-handed. And you could see it. It looked like robots, but it was like all these left-handed. And we got back to the room and they were like, what was the deal with everybody shooting left-handed? Like, did you just hire all left-handed people for that line or what? So why were those people shooting left-handed on a right-hand door? Ergonomic. If I'm shooting right-handed, I'm shooting like this. That is a no good ergonomic position. If I'm shooting left-handed, I'm shooting like this. That is a good ergonomic position. So what is the standard on that process, those processes? Shoot left-handed. So then they'd have to spend more time in the dojo learning how to do left-handed just as fast as right-handed. On chassis lines, shooting a fuel tank, I got a datum hole, so I got a standardized order, but it doesn't matter. I can get a good ergonomic position left-handed or right-handed. So is it standardized on chassis, left-hand or right-hand? No, because it doesn't matter. Does that make sense? That was always my check with the team members as we were writing standard work. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, then we need to talk. I had one this, and we went out to break, and they said, the guys in the restroom said, I'm so glad you went over that. My wife came home from work last night. She said she was going to quit. She almost quit. He said she was she was in the kitchen stirring the kettle, and the supervisor came up and said, why are you stirring the kettle like that? Or no, he didn't say that. He said, don't stir the kettle like that. You're going this way, you got to go this way. Then she asked why. And he gave one of the two answers I never want you to give anybody. Because I said so. What's the other one? Because that's the way we do things. He gave her one of those two, I forget which. And she got upset. Rightfully so. So did it matter which direction she stirred? She didn't, if it did, she didn't know why. So that's in the job instruction training, right? We get the what and the how and the why. So we'll hit that the next slide. You want your people to know why. Again, the what's going to go across all of them. I told that story when we came back, and somebody else in the room said, wait a minute, I went through chef school. And it doesn't matter which direction you stir, but it matters if you change directions. They said, if you change directions, you cause turbulence. If you're going this way and then all of a sudden go that way, all the bubbles and everything, and that negatively impacts the taste and texture of the contents. Like everybody's like, oh, so then we would want to standardize that, right? If that matters, then we would want to say, don't change directions. Why? Because it messes up the taste and texture. Make sense? That's standard work. All right. So there's lots of computers now. I'm hoping AI is going to help us like videotape and be able to write standard work and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But the human improvement is going to be the idea, right? All right. So now we train it. So Scott did a quick, with the Army on this one yesterday. The job breakdown sheets, major steps, key points, and reasons. We have a guest speaker tomorrow at lunch. That's what they do is TWI. And so I'm not going to go any more into it. Let him do that tomorrow. Again, I mentioned this morning that the Japanese would say 80% of your issues are in these two processes. Your scrap, your downtime. So you might want to consider spending a little bit of time investing in those.
Do you have a TWI playbook?
I do. Yeah.
I've got a training supervisor, and she came from education, and I showed her that. She loves it, but we want to roll it out. We have nothing right now.
Yeah, email me. I'll send you the PowerPoint. Yeah, it works. It's repetitive. It works. So now TWI is job methods, which is standard work. Job instructions, which is this. And the full TWI is also job relations. So we started with job relations as a supervisor, and then it switched. Toyota customized their own to supervisor training, like I was saying, with communication and conflict resolution, et cetera. But the point is, it's the standard work, the training, and also how to communicate and deal with people is the full 3 TWI. Some TWI will also have problem solving in there, which we're heading to next. All right, so we'll hold the job instruction training. I'd say make it JI because people always said just in time, so I said just job instruction. Do you have these things? Multifunction worker chart, flexibility chart, training matrix. What's the purpose of these things? That's right. That's one purpose. My check on this one at the Gemba is always, does it answer my 4 questions? I went to one company and said, do you have flexibility? I wasn't seeing it anywhere. I said, do you have a flexibility chart, training matrix? I said, oh, it's in the cafeteria. Wait till you see it. And we got to the cafeteria, and I'm telling you, it was impressive. It was at least as large as that wall right there. It had every piece of equipment, a couple hundred people, every name, every piece of equipment, and every dot where they were. It was very impressive until we asked the 4 questions. And what's the first of the 4 questions? I said, what do you want to know when you look at a scoreboard or a process? You want to know 4 things, PDCA questions. What should be happening? I said, what should be happening here? They said, this is every piece of equipment, every person, what they know, just what that person said. We assessed everything. I said, okay, that's cool. Now what should be happening? This is every piece of equipment, every person. So they answered the second question, but no standard, no problem, because is it enough? Is it too little? Is it too much? Is it just right? I don't know. So you want to do PDCA. You don't want dots on the wall, right? Well, you set a standard. Everybody know 3. Toyota was everybody know 4, and then a team leader everybody know every job and 1 in each of the other jobs. So you said it. That's the plan versus actual, right? So that's answering the first question: what should be happening there? But catch this, it also goes both directions, right? The PDCA goes 2 ways. So what's the purpose of why do I need to know how many people know each job? What's the purpose of that? Coverage. So run the business, flexibility. And I run into it all the time on my Gemba walks. Red, or hour by hour, manpower. The one time I stopped, it's like, what's up with this? Oh, manpower. Like, well, what's going on? Well, Martin's not here. Martin's the only one who knows how to run it. And I literally asked, what's the countermeasure? And the supervisor told me, oh, I already called Martin. He'll be here tomorrow. So that's why I tell you, when you're at the Gemba, you're getting the real deal. You're getting what's actually happening. And you can identify your gaps. And you can put in a countermeasure, right? This is your system countermeasure to that. All right, but we're also going this way. How many jobs John or Wendy or whoever knows? What's the purpose of the horizontal? Now, I know it's the inverse of the flexibility, so don't give me that. Why do I care how many jobs Colby knows, Harrison knows? Where your strengths are? Well, that could be the flexibility. Development. That's the personal development. That's me sitting down with Harrison saying, Harrison, what are your goals? What do you want to do? Remember we said tomorrow we'll see their personal development track goals. Oh, I want to be a team leader. Great. Do you know what the standard for a team leader is? That means you got to know every job in your group and your team and 1 out of every other ones. You good with that? Yes. Great. Because I have a gap in this team. The first one I'm going to put you on is right here. Because then I can cover my flexibility and I can develop him. So one, I think it was last fall, one guy on Thursday, he's like, that was my son. So I told you they asked questions. Of course, his question was, Mike's son, why would you not send the person with the most? And I'm like, well, isn't it obvious why I wouldn't send that person? I'm going to die if he send that person. Mike's son. The closest they would do to directive, they would say, I recommend you. I recommend you send that person. Which is what I should have been thinking in the first place. Why would I want to send the person with the most pies instead of the person with the least pies? Development, respect, challenge for that person. Does that create a bunch of work for me and my team now? Which also then opportunity for them to develop and grow. So it's long term, right? Short term, it's when I tell people like me, like going from HR, from production to HR, and I challenge organizations, they can't fathom that. Like we could never afford to do that. We got too much invested in that person. But Toyota goes long term, like long term. That's the best for that person and best for the organization. So that's the thinking way. Again, this is the tool. but it connects to true north, right? All right, we made it. Problem solving. So I told you this is the core. This is the behavior we're shooting for, right? And Scott said you're getting everybody problem solving. So that's the first true north question for you. Whose role is it to problem solve? Not many companies say it's everybody's. How many of your people do you want problem solving? How often? Is that a current standard and expectation? Okay, there you go. So again, this is common. So then what are you going to do about that? That was another one, and somebody in this class, that was their big epiphany. I remember he was really animated. He's like, I don't know, it was the second morning, maybe it was the second morning. It's like, I get it. I thought lean was value stream mapping and this and that. It's like, it's how do I get everybody problem solving and have all those resources, because we got a ton of problems. And now I got more people that can be working on them instead of just some engineers and some CI people. That's a good aha. I wrote the book for that kind of aha. All right, so how many people can you get solving problems, identifying and solving problems, and how quickly and how efficiently and effectively? That's our jobs, right? So there you go. There are worker leaders developing the system people. All right, so if Richard goes out of here and says, I'm going to be a bigger problem solver when I go back. Where you guys in California? Aren't you? Dallas. How did I get California? That's you guys. You. K&N. Same company. Okay. I'm going to go back to Texas and I'm going to problem solve, because as a leader, I know I'm supposed to problem solve. How many people will Richard have impacted when he gets back? One, right? Now, if Richard says, no, I learned my role is to problem solve, but also to teach and coach my team, right? The people I work for, servant leader. I don't know how many people you got on your team. How many people will report to you? 5, 6, 10? Let's say 10. Or we'll say 5 for the Toyota standard. I got 5 people, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to develop those 5 people. Now how many people has he impacted? 6. But if he goes back and he thinks about systems, and he says, how can I work on the systems at K&N and get the systems where everybody's problem solving? That we're hiring, we're promoting people with competency for problem solving, and our system for leader as coach. So it's taking those 5 leaders and also teaching them to coach their 5 people. So if I work on those systems, now how many people has Richard influenced? Many. I don't know how many you got in. How many are on your site? We'll throw in California, we'll get even more. You get the point, I hope, right? So you got to do the math for you. So that's what I say. So I used to do this as, again, our role is to problem solve and to teach and coach problem solving. But as we got more explicit with the Shingo thing that says if we can get the systems, again, work on the systems, then now you got your whole organization. The other thing on this is you can determine where you are as an organization. Because I did a Gemba walk with one company that had been doing lean tools for a long time, and we came back and they're like, and I was asking all through the Gemba walk what should be happening, and they came back and said, we're at square one. We don't even have clear standards set. Other companies have standards set, but then when we get our gap, then we have a workaround. Do any of you have workarounds? I'm seeing if you're awake and honest or whatever. Oh my gosh. Let me give you a clue. You've got workarounds.
There's always a way to find it.
There is. And I mean, I've seen some really innovative, good workarounds. The problem is it's enabling the problem to keep happening, right? And it becomes normal. There you go. Japanese always said, be careful When the abnormal becomes normal, you're in trouble. Because then you won't be identifying. So again, do you have a signal? And I like Scott's point yesterday. It doesn't have to be a fancy computer screen, this and that. The one company I was up in Canada, in Quebec, it was a cabinet company. They said, raise your hand, was what they used. And they built the whole culture and their whole servant leadership, their whole problem solving, their whole mistakes are okay on raise your hand. I got a longer story on that one because I went there to visit a few times. I went and interviewed some of those Canadians, and I had some good answers on why you're raising your hand. And also the servant leadership. Because if you ask people to raise your hand, then what must you do? Yeah, you got to have somebody there. And they gave a story on, he's like, the guy I interviewed the roughest, toughest looking guy I could find. And he was like, we thought it was a bunch of BS or whatever, again, the translator. But then some people started doing it, and we found out that they were coming and they were helping and supporting it. So then more of us started doing it. And then there was more hands than supervisors. So then they brought the CI team out to the floor, and they brought them out of the office, and then they stationed them on the floor, and then they jumped in. And then when it exceeded them, then the engineers they brought to the floor, and then the engineers would jump in on the raise your hand. And then the top leaders, Patrick was the name of the leader. Patrick's down here when we're raising our hand. Patrick will come in on a Saturday when we're raising our hand. So they built the whole culture on that. Right there. So again, do you have a system and process for your people to signal a problem? And how, remember the psychological safety, how safe are they to raise their hand? Then you got people there, and now again, you're not doing just the Band-Aid or the fix. You're doing that, right? We got to do the containment, but then what? Then we're coming back and getting to root cause. So your system has to do all of it, right? It's easier said than done, I know, but again, we got to start with what should be happening, and then you can find out where's your breakdown. Most of the time, it's here and then here. And then the immediate response again will be to, I had the same thing. We didn't get to see the engine lifter yesterday. I was hoping to see the engine lifter. I was in plant 1, so we didn't see any of that except drive by. The engine lifter, we would bring the engine from the bottom and marry it to the car. To watch 2 people marry an engine in less than 60 seconds is a cool operation. The engine lifter in my assembly 1 plant was my only rank A, meaning that when it went down, the assembly plant went down because I couldn't back it up. Every other machine there, I could back up. Windshield, back glass, tire and wheel, everything else. I took 25 people to back up the tire and wheel, but I could manually keep up with 25 people. So anyway, the engine lifter goes down, I go down. The engine lifter went down one day. I get a call on the radio because of our escalation process. Engine lifter's down, so I go down to the engine lifter. I told you I worked at Toys R Us, right? I told you I'm not mechanically inclined, right? So I'm no help to you on the engine lifter. Believe me. But thank goodness, maintenance was there, engineers were there, production was there. 5 or 10 minutes later, they got the engine lifter up and running. I said, thanks. Pulled out some free Coca-Cola cards. Thanks, guys. My trainer then says, what? No good, Mike said. Should it have been a whole lunch? Why no good? I didn't get involved.
Well, you didn't help.
I didn't help what?
Understand how to fix the problem, right?
Well, what happens next time? You didn't learn from the experience so that you can prevent it next time.
Yeah. So those are the 2 questions, by the way. So whenever we had any mistake, like the scratch, we had $1 million mistakes. I put some in the book. We were taught to ask 2 questions. In that book on tape I listened to last week on the mistakes I was telling you about, they were alluding to the same things. We were taught to ask, what have we learned from this, and how are we going to keep it from happening again? So we got to, so how do we keep, so what have we learned from this is the respect kind of pillar. How are we going to keep it from happening again is the CI pillar, right? That's the problem solving. So if we have an engine lifter now, they fix it. That's fixing a problem. That's not solving the problem. And that's what's happening in most all of your organizations. Again, I haven't been to your Gemba, but I've been to your Gemba. There's problem fixing happening. And so you have to coach your folks to get to root cause to keep it from happening again. And that's a good question to ask, whether it's at the line or at the huddle meeting or whatever. Is that action going to keep it from happening again? So anyway, to finish that story, now can I facilitate PDCA and root cause and not know anything about that engine lifter? Yes, that's a key point. Just like in HR, right? I can go to HR and lead HR. I don't even think I told you that. I was scared to death to go to HR. I didn't want to go to HR. And I went back to one for my personal guy. I'm like, are you making me go? I'm like, we've got 8,000 people. I'm supposed to lead HR? I don't know anything about leading HR. And he said, Mike, son, you don't need to know about HR to lead HR. And I said, I don't. That's a relief. He said, you know PDCA, right? I'm like, yeah. You brainwashed us that for the last. He said, go to HR and do PDCA. Because again, I don't need to know about HR to facilitate PDCA in HR, right? That's an important point. Because again, our role as leaders is to facilitate and coach PDCA. So anyway, I started facilitating the root cause, and I got another radio call. We got another breakdown. And so I said, well, I got to go then. Here, you take over. And my trainer said, no, you stay, Mike, son. I said, no, I got to go. He said, you stay. It was the only time a trainer grabbed me by the shirt because I wasn't listening. I was leaving. And he said, Mike, son, stay. Solve one problem today. Solve one problem today. But. What's going to happen over there? And he didn't say it, but he's like, that'll go back, Greet. Somebody will fix that one. You solve one. I remember I told that story, and some Six Sigma person says, well, why did you work on that one? That's why I throw in the rank A, because that was shut the line down. That's why we didn't have to do a Six Sigma. He knew that was the one I needed to focus on, because that shuts our line down. But that mantra I took, that was my Gemba walk and my thing, that in my assembly plant, every supervisor, every team leader, work team, every assistant manager, what one problem are you solving today? I know you got 12,000 add-ons that you're fixing, containing, repairing. Can we all take one that we're going to get to root cause and keep from happening again? Is that a realistic request? It might take more than a day. Hey, what if it takes 2 days or 3 days? Can we kill one? Can you all do that? It's not going to be easy, but that's what your goal should be. So again, we're going to look at the 3 levels of problem solving. Work team is 5Y. We call it daily problem solving, real-time problem solving, basic problem solving. I'm not filling out an A3. I'm asking 5Y in my head, and I'm getting the root cause, and I'm taking an action that'll keep it from happening again. Is that a role that you want your team to do, your team leader? I hope so, but you got to be explicit on it. I was at Mexico, a different company, a food company, and we did a Gemba walk, hour-by-hour chart, and this was early in the morning, but first hour they lost 20 minutes, and I had to ask the translator thing because the machine went down. It said machine down. So then I asked why, and they said, well, the printer went down. So then they called over the team leader, and then they were translating, and it got a little bit uncomfortable because I started like, why'd the printer go down? It ran out of ink. And then when I said the next why, then the CI guy stopped me and said, we don't ask this of our team leaders. We do not expect them. Our only ask of them is to keep the line running. And that's what he was doing. It took him 20 minutes to find a new cartridge and to put it in there. And that's what that's what we're asking on the hour by hour. We're only asking the what should be happening, what's actually happening, and the gap. And then they had on their reason. I forget, it was Razan or something. Like, well, okay, then we have to have more talk. And which is now what we're doing there. We're changing the role of the team leader to be basic problem solving, real-time problem solving, to get the root cause, to find out why that printer ran out of ink, and to keep it from happening again, or at least to reduce 20 minutes. Are you with me? I mean, that's your basic stuff. And that's how, when the other food company presented, they showed a 10% improvement in OEE by having the team leaders doing these things. So I don't know how else to describe this to you. I was at another company in Iowa. I'm not going to tell who. They had thousands of pieces of scrap every day. It was hundreds, and I know it topped 1,000, so I could say hundreds, but it was, some days it was more than 1,000. And the team leaders were tracking every one of them. They had to reorder them, so they were tracking every one of them. But they were tracking it to fix it. They weren't tracking it on where was it caused, and how many are being caused, and what are we doing to reduce the cause. And when I asked about problem solving, they said, because I said, why are the team leaders tracking every one of these and marking every one? Well, at the end of the month, the engineer picks the top one and does an A3. That's going to be a long time making some impact. Now, do we want the engineer picking the top one? You say that's the A3. That's what we're going to get to next. That's the A3 system problem zone. But do we want some team leaders and group leaders working on all those hundreds a day? And when I went through and did it with some of them, they were like, "This is not what we do." The one I went up to, and it took about 5 minutes, and we got to root cause, and they came up with a good countermeasure. And they're like, "This is new to us. We always did the Pareto and the A3." So are you doing real-time, basic problem solving, again, at the work team level? That's where all your people are. That's when he's got this yesterday. He's like, we couldn't do it without team leaders. Like, the team leaders are your first-line problem solvers. So I'm trying to get that through. So hopefully you can take some action on that, or do some pilot or something. So again, we want problem solving at all levels. So again, you got to assess your organization on where you are in that. Hey, and most organizations, again, the gaps are usually at both ends. Usually mid-manager engineers are doing problem solving like that engineer with the Pareto, but we're not doing at the work team, and then a lot of times we're not doing the strategic problem solving at the executive level. And we'll talk about Hoshin tomorrow afternoon at the end. All right. So we're going to, again, get into once you get into the case study, I do want to do a quick problem. So how many of you have had problem solving training, by the way? Formal, about half. How many of your companies have a formal problem solving process, 8D, DMAIC, or whatever, to solve, that we all use in the organization? Across, whether it's safety or quality or productivity. Sometimes, they got one, they're doing this because a supplier demands it or something. Or it's not customer, not supplier, customer. Customer demands it or something. But anyway, So I would recommend that you have a standardized, customized problem-solving process that you can use and coach, and cross-functional problems. We can talk to each other, et cetera. And we'll show you the 8-step after break. And then for problem solving, again, I'll show you the 8-step. I'm not saying that that's what I'm just recommending a standard, right? What's the first step in any problem solving training? What do we define a problem, state a problem, clarify a problem? There's all kinds of different names. But what does that mean? We've already know that. We've done that. What do we need to define a problem or identify a problem? We got a standard, current, right? That's different, and the gap. Now, the Japanese always made us draw out a graph because they wanted us to measure. Why do we have to measure? Yeah, you can't do PDCA without a metric, without a number. So you can't state your problem, and then you can't come back and check to see progress of your countermeasure unless you're measuring. All right, so then, and then we'll talk about after break, again, how to get to root cause, keep it from coming back. Now, so if I get to root cause, I brought it, then what do I do next after I get to root cause? And then I countermeasured it, and I'm back to standard. Now what do I do? So again, the first thing the Japanese taught us that we got to keep it from coming. We got to make sure we've stabilized it or sustained that countermeasure. So now, if you go to your Gemba walk and you see this picture at your manager or your supervisor, what do we do next? What do we teach to do next? We're hitting goal. We're stable. Challenge. So what do we do? What do? They create a new standard, right? What does that do? You just created a problem. Is that what you want your people doing? Creating problems? Say yes, yes. That's TPS thinking, yes. So I also write this out because, again, the difference between problem solving and Kaizen, the Japanese taught us here. This is problem solving. It's reactive. We have a standard, something threw us out. We got to find out 5 why, what it was, and bring it back. Problem solving. When we're stable, and then we are improving or creating the problem, then that's Kaizen, right? Because we're improving the standard, so to speak. Does that make sense? So sometimes, again, people. So I still say that's opportunity. This is problem, right? And the better we get here, then now we create that problem. This is proactive. And continuous improvement means what? We do it again, we do it again, we do it again, all the way to 0. Do we ever get to 0? Well, I got close one time, so it'll be last story before break. So our group leader, 2 years with the trainer, daily huddles, quality circles, suggestions. At the end of the 2 years, my chassis line 1 was green and 0 injuries coming out of the group, 0 defects leaving the group. Our downtime and andowns weren't 0, but they were to green. And our suggestions, quality circles, green. Everything was green. So I was feeling really good about myself. It didn't take long for the head Japanese in the plant to come down to my line and say, Mike, son, I see you're all green. So I'm thinking finally some recognition. And I learned that was the recognition because he said, now what will you do? And I said, what do you mean, now what? He said, now what? What is next? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm resting is what is next. But I didn't say that. But he saw my deer in the headlights look. So he took me over and said, you've had good improvement, but now you have no problem. That's big problem. This is Art Nemi. I'll give you his name because he came back 15 years later as North American president. He was our first manufacturing lead at Kentucky. And then, again, we didn't know these people, but they were the world's best. He came back North American president with 45,000 Toyota people 10 years later. So he's the one who's doing this with me. So he says, what next? No problem is big problem. So we learned no standard, no problem, but no problem is big problem. What will you do, my son? I'm like, well, I understand getting to zero, but how can I go lower than zero? He said, think, you're thinking, think. I didn't know. So what did he recommend I do?
Change the definition of what zero is, like the criteria.
I don't know. I mean, you're thinking. What he recommended is I go from 20 to 19 processes. I teach my 20 people how to do Yamazumis. Maybe we can look at that quick after break, how to do a Yamazumi and go from 20 to 19. And like I said, when we go to 20 to 19, we got 19 new processes. We have to train 4 people on every one of them. What do you think happens to our nice, pretty green? Now we got some defects and we got some downtime. We got some red. So problems are good. Again, life is good again, right, Abe? Well, you caught on quicker than I did because I went home that night thinking this place is nuts. I'm like, I took 2 years to get stable and now I'm supposed to throw a monkey wrench in and stir things up again? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I thought my job was to get stable, to get green. And Art Nemi, again, said, Mike, son, your job, and I put this in the book, and I write it on some of your books if you ask me to sign it. Your job here is to make an army of problem solvers. I'll never forget, he held up his bicep. You know, they're all same size. Your job is to make an army of problem solvers, strong. Team member, team leader, that's your job. So again, I told you, he had a much larger vision for, I got to develop leaders. We're going to be 45,000 people here 15 years from now. I don't need green charts. I need strong problem solvers. Do you see that as your job in your organization? Developing an army of problem solvers? If you say yes, you may go to break now.
Can you just bring it to life with an example? So I'm getting the 20 to 19, like say cooking. You break your method into different processes.
Oh, how to go 2019? That's Yamazumi. Let's do that after break.
Okay.
I'll do 5 minutes after the break. Because we got to get you doing the 8-step problem solving. All right, we'll see you in 10. I definitely got to get the 8-step going. Takes about an hour. things pulled back together. We'll do our problem solving 8-step. We got 1 hour. All right. Well, we're going to start the Yamazumi because Patricia's here. A few people are still coming back. I thought I'd started at 10:53, so we're at 10 minutes. We got some gaps, so I'm going on. So we'll do a quick Yamazumi, Patricia, Pauline, and then we'll take our 8 steps right before lunch. So Yamazumi is a Japanese name for takt time, cycle time, bar graph, basically. We called them cycle time, balance graphs, whatever. So 60 seconds at Toyota would have been a common, when we started, that was our takt time. You guys learned takt time yesterday, customer demand. Cycle time is what it's actually taking the process, right? And again, we were doing timing and figured out what all these, like all my chassis components, what does it take? So let's say we had, bless you, 200 seconds worth of work. I'm going to make it 4 processes, actually. 200 seconds worth of work across 4 processes. So how would you do your balance chart on that? What would you set up your 4 or teach your team members, team leaders to set up your 4 processes? If you got 4 processes with 200 seconds, 50 seconds. That's the most common answer. And of course, the operator would say, or the Japanese would say, no good to that. Why is 50-50-50 no good? How many problems did I just make? If we have standard current, what should be happening is 60, what's actually happening is 50. I got 4 problems here. So how are we going to set it up, Mike? So we're going to get as close to 60 as we can without going over. Again, we got the different SKUs, the different percentages and things, right? So we're going to work all those percentages out. But philosophically, why do I want to be as close to 60 as possible? 2 reasons. 1 philosophical and 1 technical. Why do I want to be at 60 on those 3? As close as possible with not going over. You guys have never set up a standard work or never set up a cycle time? Shouldn't be any waste. That's the most efficient. Philosophically, why do we want them at 60? Because we said, what is TPS? Yeah, but what the definition they gave us yesterday. I like the definition. That's why I'm asking you. What was the definition? He showed you like 7 times. At least 3. What was it? You didn't know I was going to check, did you? But it's important. What was his definition?
It was the 3 pillars. It was like
a culture of, I know it by heart now, a culture of highly engaged people doing what?
problem solving.
He said, actually, they changed it. He kept saying it yesterday, identifying and solving problems. Towards what? For performance improvement. That's an important one. Identifying and solving problems for process improvement. Utilizing the 3 systems of the triangle, right? But a culture of people identifying and solving problems. In other words, I had an engineer once say, we were taught in school to fatigue and delay, F and T and D or something, fatigue and delay or something, 10%, 20%, that we should only set it up at 80%, 48 seconds. And I said, why? They said, because we were taught stuff happens. So when stuff happens, you got to have a little buffer there to accommodate the stuff that happens. Does that sound like lean thinking? That sounds like covering problems. So if I put it at 60 and I have an abnormality, then what happens? An andon pull happens. Because we want people identifying abnormalities. So the closer I am to 60, the better chance you have of people identifying it. Make sense? So again, technically it's the most efficient. Philosophically, it's the most problems identified. And that's what we're wanting to do. And then as last one, like Mike said, it's 20. Carlos is saying, that's the job I want. No, I'm kidding, Carlos. We're all four going to rotate on it. What are we going to have this person do those other 40 seconds? Helping out, emptying boxes, restocking. Telling you all the things we did and all the things the trainers would say what to. No good. Why is it no good to have the person emptying boxes, doing stuff? Well, then how will you know that you have a problem? How will you know you have 40 extra seconds? It'll get lost and blurred and hidden as long as he's doing that stuff.
Kind of like the tire installation where you
Right.
worked on the inside of the vehicle.
Right. So we would have them do what? So we would have, what we were taught is to have them do nothing for 40 seconds. And I almost got in a fight in Australia, some plant manager saying, I'm trying to get my people moving and you're telling them to do. I'm like, we got to ask, why would we have them stand there 40 seconds? Because that identifies a problem. Everybody knows, wow, there's got 40 seconds of waste. Let's do the third thing or fourth one, right? What are we doing about it? And what do we want them to do about it? That's the Yamazumi, Paulina. So what's the goal for this group, this team right now? Mike said it. If we can get rid of 20, we'll go to 180, which means what? We can liberate somebody. So now the Yamazumi comes in. So the team members would time themselves. The Yamazumi board was a magnetic board. I think now I saw one computer yesterday. So we would have 3 seconds to do this, to go to the flow rack and get their parts. So that would be a walk, and then 4 seconds to actually put the part on. Then we go back, and so walk time, wait time, reach time, and non-value added, value added time. That's a Yamazumi. So now the team members can go through and say, oh, we got 3 seconds here of can we cut that 3 to 2? Or this job has 6 seconds walk time. Can I put in a cart or a dolly to get it to cut 3 seconds here? So that's how we're using the standard work and the Yamazumi for the team members to make improvements. And then they fill out suggestions. They'll get some dollar reward for suggestions. They'll do a quality circle maybe on how to rearrange everything, on how to best do it. And they'll go from 180 or from 200 to 180 and one process less in that team. So what motivates a team member to do that? Why would they be working to reduce their own processes? Liberate somebody.
Move that person somewhere else.
I asked that question in one group, and some lady said, some CI person said, I told them if they can Kaizen out 5 seconds of a job, they just earn themselves 5 seconds break. Every car or every, whatever, every piece. I was like, you told them what? That would be no good. If Corey saves 5 seconds and he does it every minute, who benefits from that 5 second Kaizen? Corey. That's it. If he tells the rest of his team, now who benefits? All of them. But when does the customer benefit? Customer benefits when we can stack it and they can bring on different pieces of things, and then we can reduce a head count. We can go higher quality, lowest cost, shorter amount of time, right? We can have lower cost. That's when the customer benefits. So that's the way we would use the Yamazumi. We good? All right, let's do 8-step problem solving. Again, this is problem solving at all levels, right? We want the top leaders doing Hoshin Connery, strategic problem solving. We want the work team doing that basic, the ones we just went through. And now the A3 will be the system. Again, this is a couple hours, couple days. This is a couple years. This is a couple weeks, a couple months, maybe at the most. We'll talk about suggestion system on the bus. All right, so here's the 8-step problem solving. 8-step problem solving is fairly new to Toyota. It's a new global standard. It was after Toyota Way. So it's within the last 20 years. I think it was 05 or something. And it basically had 2 changes, steps 2 and steps 3. So just put out the materials at your seat. Can I borrow and fill up you for a second? All right, so we've got the Gavin's case study. So you got a colored sheet here. This is the case study you're going to do. We've got a answer sheet you're going to walk through. The next one should say TBP A3 guide. Can you find that one? I like to start with this one because it gives you the big picture first before we jump into each step. And what I like about the 8-step is that it flows. So that's why I like to start here. I can also tell you at Toyota before 2005, before TBP, our 8 steps were every step except step 2 and 3. We would define the problem, then we would go to root cause, then we would identify countermeasures, we would implement countermeasures, we would check, and then we would standardize. That's what we would do. We just used a piece of paper instead of doing it in our head. But we weren't getting the root cause the Japanese were seeing. And we weren't getting the root cause because a large vague problem, do you see that in step 2? Have any of you worked on a large vague problem before? I think so, maybe. So what we were taught by the Japanese, we have to break down that large vague problem. We have to break it down with the W's, every W except Y. We look at what, when, where, who. Michael just gave me an example of break. He said they were working on problem solving and they had all these issues and they broke it down. Was it from the supplier? Was it from this? So that was breaking it down. Type of defects, where, who, whatever. So those are the W's we were taught. Then we do the process map down at the bottom of step 2 to find the point of occurrence. Now we've got a much more acute, finite piece of that problem. It's a prioritized point of cause. It's not going to be the whole thing, so we're not going to get the whole benefit, but we're going to get the biggest bang for the buck, we'd say. So step 2 is identifying, again, your prioritized problem and then your point of occurrence. Now we can ask why and do all the rest that we know. Because if we ask why on a large vague problem, we have trouble getting to root cause. And in my experience, when we have trouble getting the root cause, the quality circles usually just stop because they were voluntary. So they'd call them disbanded. So I'd have to go chase down the disbanded leader and like, what happened? Other ones, if we had to have the A3, what would end up happening is they would do a backwards A3, we would call it. Not, we think we know the answer anyway, so we'll just write the countermeasure and then back it up to support it. I don't think you've ever done that, but the other would be a laundry list A3. You know what a laundry list A3 is? We didn't get the root cause, so let's just list as many countermeasures as we can think of and hope something helps somewhere. And the reality is it's something probably did help somewhere. The problem is we don't know what helped where, so we can't standardize it or learn from it. So this helps to get to root cause, and it helps to countermeasure it. So again, we're going to take that large vague one, we're going to narrow it down, prioritize it. Then we're going to set a new target just based on that point of occurrence. Now we're going to ask why on that point of occurrence. Get to root cause, countermeasure it, and check it. And then if need, we come back and pick up the next prioritized problem. But what we find a lot of times is that by picking that one sliver, we get a lot of other dominoes, and it's no longer our largest problem, and we're on to some other more prioritized problem. So it really works. Again, we'll see examples, I hope tomorrow. I know that Hitachi's been working on it. So let's go through it and have you work on it. We'll at least hopefully get you steps 2 and step 4, because that's the most confusing ones. My goal of having you do this is that you'll have at least enough competence and confidence that you try it back home and you work through it. And again, it'll be hard, it'll be confusing and frustrating, but not getting the root cause is more frustrating. All right, so let's go through it. So step 1 is the same as we were taught. So again, we're looking at the ideal, current, and gap, or again, target, goal, current, and gap. They did add purpose, and now it's a question you can ask your team. Why are you working on this problem? We got a lot of problems. Why is this one that you're picking? It could be, it's a Pareto, or it's a customer issue, or it's an injury, safety, or something. So again, you're kind of just checking, why did you pick this one? What's the purpose, and how's it going to help? Then we get into our problem identification. So why don't we do step 1 then at your table? So again, what we want you to do is to read, again, learn by doing, exercise, so you'll learn more than me talking. So read the first and second page. This is a case study, again, that we used at Toyota to help teach the 8-step. So just do step 1, then we'll come back and do step 2 as a team. So you should be able to fill out on your template, what is the purpose? Why is Gavin, I think, is a group leader, team leader with a quality circle. Why are they working on this problem? What is the ideal? What's the current? And what is the gap or the problem? All right, so it should just take 5 minutes. Let's do that as a group. Fill that out. We can send you this electronically if you want to use it again. you know, when most people have it, we'll talk through it. Let's work together, and then the other half can work as we go. So what is the purpose? Why are they working on this problem? Again, the terminology gets confusing, so you can use whatever terminology helps. You know, ultimate goal sounds like true north or ideal situation. So I like to use the word purpose, and then they, even in their explanation slide, they have purpose. Then sometimes you'll see ultimate goal. So I prefer purpose, like why are you working on this problem? So why are they working on this problem? Yeah, that's a problem-solving purpose. That's good, but he does connect to true north. Yeah, so he talks about customer satisfaction or defects. Yeah, that was a true north connection. So that'll suffice. The point there is that we don't need to measure that purpose. We do need to measure the next three, but the first one is more a philosophical true north. It's a customer problem. It's a safety issue, whatever type of thing. Then we can go to our ideal, current, and gap. Now, again, ideal to me is kind of confusing, but remember we said like future state, ideal state, all those are similar terms. But I do get in confusion with groups when we say ideal, then they're saying, well, that's true north. Then ideal always has to be 0, or if you're working on safety, it has to be 0, or if you're working on, and that's not the definition at Toyota. That's a true north goal, but that's not. So at Toyota, the ideal means what's your goal, right? So in this example, the ideal is 0, right? That's what it comes out, right? So, but my only point there is it doesn't always have to be. I got into a disagreement, almost fight with a safety guy on. He was like, "How can you put anything but 0 in that? I can't understand how." I'm like, because there's a difference between true north, a current safety goal, and a target. Like it's 3 different things.
Also, like an ideal situation would be catching the defects before they get to final, right? So it couldn't be 0. It's not 0.
Well, be careful on that one, because philosophically you're right, but that doesn't fit our definition of we got to measure it and it's got to be a number and things. So you're on the right track philosophically, but not for the PDCA, right? And that's why, again, I clarified that we have to measure those last 3. So I finally got the safety guy to agree on it, because he's like, because I said, you know, it was common at Toyota for an annual goal to say I'm gonna go from 29 to 15 or something. I'm gonna cut it in half. So then he says, so you're telling me you're planning on injuring 15 people out of 100? No, I'm planning on cutting my injuries in half. You know. So again, difference between true north. Of course, we want 0. Especially if, like I said, you know, we got our performance award dollars attached to those annual targets. So if you put 0 out there for the team, not realistic, right? Frustrating. So that's the discussion I get into there. Okay, so then what was the current situation? 11, current 0, we got our 11 as the problem. But again, that's a large, vague problem. So we need to break it down. So that's where we're going next, is step 2. Again, step 2 is new. Well, you know, new, relatively speaking. Where you take the large, vague problem, you ask the W's. Not the why. We're going to save the why, because people still want to do the why. We're going to break it down to get a prioritized problem. We're going to pick one and then get a flow map to get the point of cause or the point of occurrence. The Japanese called it point of cause, but we were like, I thought we were going to wait on why and we are going to wait on cause. They're like, no, that's where you're going to ask why. When you get to step 4, we're like, that's a little confusing. So they said point of occurrence, not realizing the acronym they just created. So in step 2, we're looking to find the poo is what we ended up saying. Find that point of occurrence, because that's what you're going to base your target on, and that's what you're going to start asking why. You're going to start asking why there instead of there. And you'll increase your probability of getting to root cause. So again, it's just different ways to look at it. So again, think of 2 steps of step 2, breaking down your W's and then doing your process map. To find your poo. All right, so I want to give you an example that the Japanese did with us and me. I was part of this deal. Before we even had this, because this was the way they thought. And again, they had to make it more explicit in the new problem solving. So we had our assembly line. You saw it yesterday in plant 2 where the cars came off the line, where they turned the. Did you also see like there was a lot of cars parked there at the end of that line and people standing around? That was no good in my book. You know, they were running 97, I think, or 98 operation rate, but their direct run was like 89. So quality is the direct run. So we want the direct run, you know, after it goes through all the lines to basically, again, we had like assembly 1, we had all those 8 lines. At that last line, it should come off and go right down the functional inspection. So we had shower test, roll drum, and then out the door. If it had a defect, like some of you were asking about yesterday, our goal in operation was to identify those problems with the andon and then fix them in line. So the team leader could fix them, get them, and never stop the line before inspection, inline inspection. And then of course, we tracked those and reduced them, everything. Offline meant that inspection found it and we couldn't fix it, so it had to go to offline repair. I used to kick the cars out before engine marriage. That's a longer story. Maybe I'll tell on the bus, but because somebody asked about that. We used to do that, but that was big problem. So we quit doing that. So then we had assembly repair. So some of those cars you saw were for assembly. Some were for body weld. You probably didn't see the paint because they're in a paint hospital, we called it, where you have to bake them with the oven and all that. Now, again, PDCA, you know, Toyota, they taught us that, you know, you have what should be happening and, you know, whether we had 6 or whatever it was, this was more like 20. This is how we managed again, quality and productivity. So if I have 6 cars in my assembly spots and the next car, and we had our Kanban, if the right blinker was on, it was here, left blinker here, wiper, whatever we had to designate where it's going. So I have 8 cars, or hopefully out the door. But again, if I have 6 here, the next one's designated assembly. It's got the blinker on. What do I do? What does my team do? I tell you what I did. I ran over and said, like, are you close to getting one out? Because once they get it repaired, then they could go down. I'm like, are you there? And well, we're almost done. So like I'd have them wait here for 40 seconds and then, or if they said, oh, we don't have anyone close, so like I'd go over to body weld. Well, you got an open slot? Can I borrow one of your spaces for a few minutes? You're on to me. So what did my trainer say? No good, Mike, son. I'm trying to keep the line running. No good. Why no good? Right, I'm hiding a problem. I'm not dealing with the problem. I'm buffering the problem. So what they taught us to do was to go over and make an announcement. Everybody go to code 1, all 500 people stop. Because when I call code 1, that means everybody stops. So we had an intermittent problem out of paint that was causing paint code 1. So that's our large vague problem. Paint code 1 or downtime. So what, I'm going to go back a couple slides. So what W's do you want to, what do you want to know? That's your large vague problem. I'm telling you, we just had 60 minutes down today because of paint code 1. Well, what is paint? But again, there's more than one question for those, right? You can brainstorm what, because you do want to know what's happening, right? So I go over to paint hospital. I'm like, what are you getting? You know what he tells me? We're getting killed. That's what we're getting. We're getting slammed. I mean, what defects are we getting? I don't know. We're swamped. I'm dying over here. Does that ever happen? All right, so now what do I got to do? What do we got to do? We got to find out. So I can do two things. I can put a checklist at the end of the line. So any car going to paint, and Mike was describing a checklist of, is it a scratch? Is it a seed? Is it a pit? Is it a crater? And we can start our tick marks. But I've got 20 cars in the hospital right now, right? So I can go right there and get my first 20 tick marks. And it was all I had to do. It was all we had to do. It was almost a Pareto. If it wasn't 80, it was dang close. So 15 of them were craters. So we got the answer to that first W, craters. What else you want to know? What other W's you want to know? When. So when's a tough one because where on the car I can answer now. When is what? When was it found or when was it caused? And I have no idea where it was caused, so I can't know when it was caused. So I want to ask probably a few, that's that second part right here, right? So you got to go back and forth like on these to get enough of this so you can go get this and then come back and do some more of that. So I can do where on the car. Told you I'm not a good mechanic or artist, but we can draw a little car. But we had templates I could give them and stuff. So where we found out the craters were on the trunk and the hood. Horizontal, we'd call it. Horizontal, not on the roof, though. So it wasn't on the vertical, fenders, doors. It's on the trunk and the hood. So there's your W. Oh, that's a good question. It doesn't ever usually come up. That's a great question. A crater is a foreign material that has a chemical reaction with the paint and actually blows there's a little volcano, a little eruption that leaves a crater. So I hope you want to know what that foreign material is.
By understanding that, after you do this, we start going back.
Well, that's a key point, right? That's a key point that usually doesn't ever even been asked. I got to throw it in there. It's a great question. And actually, it took us about 2 days at the time to get the answer. So we had to scrape and send it off to the lab. So good. You just got it off to the lab. So now we can still come back and ask more questions. And then, again, I'm trying to do it like real time because we don't know yet. But we're going to find out because it's a good question. What other W's? So we're going to do the Gemba. Again, we're going to be asking other W's for paint because paint got different colors. It's got 3 different vendors. Temperature is important for paint. Humidity is important for paint. So all those things go into the thing. There are like 3 vendors of paint, but we checked, and it was all vendors. It was all colors. Again, different problems are different things. It was also, what was it, Camry or was it Avalon at the time? The model didn't matter. It was Camry and Avalon. Again, other problems it will. What was the time? So now again, time of day. So now we got to get back to that. Where is it coming from in the paint shop? And so how are you going to find that out? You want to find out who? Well, we'll get there when we get to the. So how are you going to find out where in the paint shop it's coming from? Go to paint shop. So we had to put on our blue Smurf suits. I didn't see any yesterday, but yeah, well, you got to go back and find out where the craters. So we got craters here. We got craters here. We got no craters here. No craters here. No craters when it comes into here. Craters when it leaves here. Here's our problem. And it was a buffing area. So we know buffing area is our problem. So we got a wear. Then I can, once I got that wear, now I can look at some time. So we had, actually it was in the afternoon. When we looked at temperature here, it was over 80 degrees, and there was some humidity, I forget, was also in there. Then we started looking at actual members. Yeah, and we found out Sean and Jay, these two right here. So we switched processes, switched them around, different sides of cars, different things. Right here. So now I was joking last time when I said, so what do we do now? Call HR and write them up? But HR wasn't happy about me when I said that. So no, we're not going to do that. That's no good. So you asked a W question. So we got to hold that for root cause for step 4. So that's where you have to facilitate. And we're about to the point now where we're going to transition out of step 2 and wait for step 4, because we got a whole lot of more information, don't we? We don't know any whys yet, and we don't want to in step 2. But we know that it's a foreign material, and by now we got our answer, silicone. So we got silicone coming from the buffing area, actually from 2 individuals in the afternoon, on hot, humid afternoons, from these 2 people. So do we have a more detailed problem than paint code 1? Yeah. So we're done with step 2 on that example. So we can set a target. Let's eliminate silicone craters from the buffing area from those 2. And in step 3, you want to get to 0. You want to eliminate that because you're at a finite enough point where you do want that to be 0. Eliminate that. All right. So let's go back to Gavin. You do step 2. Now, I was also told last time, like, you're talking about the silicones, they're talking about scratches. It's confusing. So I'm sorry, but go back to Gavin's 11 scratches.
On the where, are they talking about where the problem is occurring or where on the car?
Yeah. Did you hear Matt's question? Matt's question was, are you talking about where on the car or where in the plant? And the answer is both. The answer, sometimes I'll have teams that could get in an argument. Well, left hand, right hand, that's not a what, that's a where. Like, it doesn't matter as long as you're getting the data, right? Getting the data. So, great question.
Both would go down in the where.
It doesn't matter. Call whatever you want. Just get the data. Like, get the facts. All right. So it'll take a little longer, 5-10 to get that one. You're good.
Oh, okay.
As long as you're using this.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, a couple more minutes. I'm seeing, again, when about half are there, I'm going to go, and the other half can keep going as we're talking.
Yeah, I put the two-door coupe and a big scratch.
Doesn't show in here the breakdown of the employees. Where are the 5/10? Where are the other?
I think it tells you the difference between which employee that he found it in. I think there was three options, or there was a team leader, the new employee, or the experienced employee.
Yeah, I think it was all revolving around the new temp workers.
It was. I thought it was the. I thought it was.
Oh no, because he was saying it surely couldn't be because he trained.
He trained him. I thought it was the experienced guy.
But I mean, are they surely? Is he assuming that?
Right now, we're taking it for.
We're taking
it as fact.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, it's not. Yeah, so he had narrowed it to the main guy.
Two different where, and we have.
All right, so you guys, I made a mistake. So you want to be filling out your template. That's easier to fill out. Can I show you? Yeah, because it goes right along with the case study. And so some of you guys are using the guide I just gave you for the big picture and to see it. So I am sorry. This is the Gavin's template. This will help you. And the solid square, like I was circling things up there, you know, with the crater and on the horizontal surfaces and the buffing area, you know, that's the solid heavy square. Then the other things you asked go in the lighter squares, if that makes sense. So that's like the circle. All right, so that'll help you narrow for step 2. So my bad. Yeah, there is a picture of it on page 2. That's correct. Thank you. But again, I missed pointing that out.
They're very similar. It's just that you're right. It's more like a high level.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I like this so much for our breakdowns that.
And that's why that's why Toyota did it.
I look because
It was to help break it down. Yeah.
I like. It's like a tree down.
It was.
And then this gives you more space.
Right. Because step 2 is the hard step, right? All right, we got to get rolling here. So in just a minute, another minute. Again, I just wanted you to feel a little bit of the pain, learning by doing. You got yours ready? Okay.
Can you repeat on the ideal situation? You say not zero. In this case,
In this case, it is zero.
In this case, it is, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be always, especially in step one. Sometimes it's cut it in half type of thing. So, or it's your current, if you don't have a current goal. It could be your current goal. Our current OEE goal is whatever. And then our actual is this, and that's your gap.
Yeah, that it did say left side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that. Like you, I'm kind of skimming. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
How's this table doing? Feeling good? Again, if you get the W's, you want to look at that process map up on the upper right-hand side. They get actually into the standard work, and which step of the standard work is the point of occurrence. Again, the Japanese go right to left, so that's why that process map goes right to left with the arrow. All right, I'm going to pull together. I feel like you guys have done a good effort, good communication. Again, it's a whole different thing when we learn by doing, right? And in the case, and that's what it's meant to do. That now, when you have to do it, that's the job instruction training, right? Because I can be training Martin and say, here's how you do this, here's how you do that, which is what most of our trainings is. Then we say, you got it? And they'll say yes, and then I'll leave, right? Call me if you have any issues. So the job instruction training says, how am I going to check to see what did he understand what I just said? We have them do it. That was the Army thing, right? So I show him 3 times, he shows me 4 times. Then it's a whole different story. Then it was, what did you say? When you have to do it. So that's the learning by doing concept that we tried to do at Toyota, that we did do. So that's why I wanted you to do this. This is not a problem-solving training. You know, we had 4 hours at Toyota when we did this. You know, I had some of the philosophy and things, and then it was obviously longer time to go through this. This is not a problem-solving training. Because after the problem-solving training, then we did the problem-solving development. So then it's go back home, do one, bring it back, right, and then have the coaching. So that was how we separated training from development at Toyota. So it's the development is the key. So anyway, that's why I wanted to give it to you. I'm going to go over step 2 with you now because step 2 was the new step and the confusing step. If we had time, I was going to do step 4. If you guys choose, I'll give you a choice tomorrow afternoon when we get back. We can do step 4, or we can talk about Hoshin Connery or whatever else. So I'll give you a choice tomorrow. But I wanted you to get a feel for the 8 step, especially step 2. So I know it was rushed, but I thought that would be better than nothing, or me just talking about it and then you moving on. So by you struggling here, again, my hope is that you go back home and struggle with one back home. With reality. So let's go through the case study. Again, the purpose of that was so that you go try it back home. So what was the first, here, can I borrow yours? What was the, I don't give it back. Make sure I give it back. What was the first, where did they find where? That was a process, right? Process 3 was the circle or the heavy bold. All right, then they asked who? Who was it? Now, again, this group's saying, like, he said it wasn't the temp because he just trained him. Are we going to take him for his word? Initially, yes. If we find out not, we might have to come back, but we're going to go with that initially. Yeah, they found I was full-time team member, so then we go there. So that's what they found. Then when? Afternoon they found. Then what was the first what? Was that the first one? I thought the first one was two-door, right? Yeah, it was the what vehicle? Two-door coupe. The next what was where? Was what? I'm sorry. Left hand, right hand, and what was what? Left hand. Now that's one of those where is left hand, is that a what or a where? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as the answer, as long as you get the data. All right, what's the next what? Area. Is that a what or a where? Doesn't matter. Which area? Step area. Then they got the type of scratch. Thick scratch, right? So do we know, or are we a little bit more detailed than we were 11 scratches? We know we had a thick scratch, left-hand step area in the afternoon from the full-time team member on process 3. So that's step 2. Just like we learned paint code 1, we've got craters in the buffing area due to silicone coming from these 2 guys in a hot. So that's step 2. And step 2, we just ask the questions, we let the data talk to us, and the data is going to talk to you and tell you where to go. So we're at lunchtime. So what I think I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about step 4 on the bus. And then again, if you want to come back and do, we can do that tomorrow afternoon. If not, we can go on to something else. All right. We also have an answer sheet that we will send you if you want to do the whole thing at home or whatever. Okay? We okay? You know, I did the 8-step with a company up in Cincinnati, and they loved it. You know, we did the Gavin thing. Then they started doing it as the leaders, and then they said, we want to do this across the whole organization, make our own training, our own. I said, well, do you want to do your own case study? And they said, no, we like Gavin. We're going to do Gavin as the as the case study. So I'm using Gavin still with you guys. All right, lunch is served. So you got 55 minutes. So I'm giving you extra time for 2 reasons.